All right. So, people, let's bring this up. All right, all right, all right. As always, let me just put my, most importantly, put my coffee here and just check that the sound is coming through fine. All right. And, all right, that should. Cool. So, all right. Bismillah. إن الحمد لله وكفاه والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فسلام الله على القوم أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا people. All right, and welcome back. You're doing it, people. You're doing it. Who have we got here? Nora, as always, salamu alaikum. Shukran. We've got only Abdulix. You're doing it, only Abdulix. All right. Fahad. All right. क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है, huh? Love you with all my heart as well. There's a saying that I actually had it on my one of my kind of necklaces, kind of things, that wherever you go with all your heart. Kya baat hai. We've got right Usman Gul Muhammad. All right, wa alaikum assalam from Germany, Aleman. All right. Right, Shamroz. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shukran. My day was brilliant, amazing, actually. Alhamdulillah. Considering how I guess average days go, today was quite spectacularly productive. Yeah, I have to say a lot of good stuff. You know, and I guess in many ways, what it really is a mindset. A person is that's what it is. Ibn Firnas, Mufti from the guy that likes flying. Indeed, Ibn Firnas, those that don't know, was an early Muslim, I guess we could say scientist or architect or just somebody who was incredibly inquisitive and a philosopher in his own way. And he discovered, or I say discovered, he experimented with flight, the experiment of flight, and he created these wings. This is before Leonardo da Vinci and all of that. So, right. Kya baat hai. All right, who have we got here? What's going on? Moby Jazz, you're doing it. You're doing it. Awake at this godly hour. It's Dil. क्या बात है हुजूर, क्या बात है. हुजूर से याद है शायरी. Just start with a poem. What say you, huh? Shukran, Shamroz. Mufti, what's right? Assalamu alaikum, Anas Farid. You're doing it. Ustad Mukhtar Darab. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban. Right. So today, what I want to take a look at, and then we'll come back to the to the poem. Right. So today, meaning with MALM, people. So some Quranic guidance. Right. Look how fast that. Look at that. It takes a second, and it just speaks. I want to take a look at some Quranic guidance on the matter of. It's not. Today, it's just not rebelling. Right. So about resilience, about seeking setting our eyes on a destination and then going for it. This is what I mean by the journey must go on, people. A person, there may be obstacles in the way, there may be difficulties, situations, circumstances, unforeseen probabilities, but the journey must go on. So I want to take a look at some Quranic guidance on that. And then in how do we see the world? I thought I'd bring a case study to your attention about perception, but this is nested. The case study, I guess, is just an excuse, but this part is nested in a greater discourse of what is truth. Okay, so I thought that would be quite interesting to share that. And then I know I'd spoken previously on a personality, Abu Muslim al-Khurasani. I thought, why not introduce him today as strength in stories? As part of that, let's familiarize ourselves with or acquaint ourselves with these personalities who are sometimes, maybe people have mixed emotions about them, but one thing for sure, their impact on the world was phenomenal. So yeah, so that's what we've got in store. Right, Riffy Johnston, shukran, much love for the super chat. May Allah keep you blessed. Dil Faroz is saying, can never get enough of शायरी. क्या बात है शायरी. दिल के छालों को कोई शायरी कहे तो परवाह नहीं. तकलीफ तो तब होती है जब कोई वाह वाह करता है. Right, so right, let's start with some. You know what? I had a poem here. This is actually from a contemporary. I really do like his style. This is Tehzeeb Hafi. And Hafi is from the Islamic mystic of classical times. I take it there's a nisba, but it means in Arabic to be kind of barefooted, lahafi, like in the hadith about people being risen hufatan uratan, in a state of shoeless or barefooted and naked. But there's an added, I guess, maybe, I don't know, maybe like an intimacy or a vulnerability with being barefooted and a naturalness. So when a person says that, it kind of evokes a narrative within the subconscious. So yeah, and his poetry is it's interesting because it's powerful, but it has a very natural kind of style to it. No takalluf, no sophistry, no kind of incredibly difficult words and things like that. It's really aimed at the common person. And he says, right. So I chose this one. I may have a good while back, maybe a few years back, read it previously. So rahenge ke jagte rahenge. Hum tere khab dekhte rahenge. Wow. That whether we will be awake or asleep, we will continue to see you in a dreamful state. तू कहीं और ढूंढता रहेगा, हम कहीं और ही खिले रहेंगे. Wow. Says you will remain in perpetual pursuit for us somewhere else. All the while we will be blossoming somewhere else. यार ये हो क्या रहा है? राहगीरों ने राह बदलनी है, पैर अपनी जगह खड़े रहेंगे. Wow, this ties into the journey must go on as well, because what he's saying is राहगीरों ने राह बदलनी है. That if let's say you've got a path, a trodden path, which in Arabic, classically, the term muwatta means the trodden path. So you're on this path, but along the way there's a tree, right dead in the middle of this path. He says, राहगीरों ने राह बदलनी. You have to circumvent and swerve and go around the tree. पैर अपनी जगह खड़े रहेंगे. You see, the tree will just remain exactly where it is. And it's also astonishing and beautiful the trope, the usage of tree. Because the impediment, now he could have said, I'm just saying, he could have said a rock was there. And you have to go around the rock. You see, but in a tree is somewhat sacred almost. It is deeply rooted in Mother Earth itself. And it may become an obstacle. It may appear as an obstacle. And you have to navigate around such impediments and obstacles in life. But that obstacle, that perceived somewhat of an obstacle, is in many ways a source of life, a source of fruit. It's actually providing the oxygen by which we live. So, and yet, from a relational object relational perspective, it is an impediment. It's blocking the way. But it ain't going anywhere. Maybe part of its lesson is to teach you how to go around. See, that's also a lesson in life. that राहगीरों ने राह बदलनी है, पैर अपनी जगह खड़े रहेंगे. सभी मौसम है दस्तरस में तेरी, तूने चाहा तो हम हरे रहेंगे. See this, that all seasons are really in your grasp. If you want, we will remain forever green. And in many ways, that's, I guess it could be speaking amongst a number of things, maybe about relationships, maybe about the magic in being connected to someone. And that remains alive, just like a plant. If it meets the season, if it's being watered and fed and receiving sunlight. So in many ways, तूने चाहा तो हम हरे रहेंगे. Because when people, I guess the world for us really is in our minds. And we choose at times to cut people out. And that too is necessary. And we may choose to keep, and that too is necessary. And we choose to focus, and that too is necessary. लौटना कब है तूने पर तुझको, आदतन ही पुकारते रहेंगे. वाह. वाह. लौटना कब है तूने पर तुझको, आदतन ही पुकारते रहेंगे. That you're not going to come back. I recognize that. Adatan hi pukarte rahe. But as a ritual, we will continue to call out to you. See, just unpacking that has so much in it. On one hand, the poet has accepted fate. Because in life, sometimes there are maybe certain things are just not to be, or there's an insurmountable challenge that cannot be, let's say, And a person must come back to the drawing board, reassess, and then maybe set his sight or her sight on a different goal. And that happens in life, that happens in business, that happens in projects, in personal pursuits. It happens in many things, it happens in relationships, it happens with wealth, it happens with just ambition. That sometimes maybe it's not destiny. Maybe this project that you invested this time in, it failed. But lotna kab hai tune par tujhko, that this has failed. I've accepted my destiny, the poet says. Adatan hi pukarte rahe. Yet life still needs a belief, a narrative to keep going, for the journey to go on. There must be a story and a belief in there. So it's powerful how this line of his is so powerful, that I accept it that you're gone, but even the illusion will still help me to get by. That's so profound, so profound. Doesn't Sagar Siddiqui Saab have a poem where he says, but the second line of it is where he's speaking, he says, कितनी हकीकतें हैं ओहाम के सहारे. That he says how many realities only exist on the back of an illusion. And in many ways, that's our world, because our world is a psychosocial world built on psychosocial entities that exist within our minds. It's from most things you can imagine, or possibly maybe it's so difficult to even separate how much of this world is just in our minds. If you think about it, everything, to ideas, to concepts, to qualia, to sound, to taste, to smell, to laws, to rights, human rights, to concepts, to countries, to nationalities, to everything. All of what I'm saying is just a figment of our psychosocial reality. It doesn't actually exist in the non-human world. So तुझको पाने में मसला ये है, तुझको खोने के वसवसे रहेंगे. Wow, I have to say, Tehzeeb Hafi Saab, he kills it, honestly. तुझको पाने में मसला ये है, तुझको खोने के वसवसे रहेंगे. That is so beautiful, I have to say. He says that, you see, the problem with attaining you, with actually achieving you, having you, as a triumph, like having achieved. So he's speaking about, let's say, who he loves, but this could equally be about a goal. It could equally be about ambition. It could equally be about a kind of trajectory, a destination. That, you see, when a person achieves something, that तुझको पाने में, he says, तुझको पाने में मसला ये है, that this is the problem with attaining you. तुझको खोने के वसवसे रहेंगे. I will forever be plagued with the OCD thoughts of losing you. Wow, that in a nutshell is human existence. Wow. That line, that stanza sums up the human plight in just a few words right there. Honestly, तुझको पाने में मसला ये है, तुझको खोने के वसवसे रहेंगे. Insan in this struggle of perpetuity, that this non-stop, continuous journey of obtaining, and then the ambition to achieve and the fear of losing. It's just one could say in many ways that binary is, when you extend it out, it's good versus evil versus the angelic versus the demonic versus, it's everything, isn't it? That attaining and fear of losing, fear and hope. Wow. तू इधर देख मुझसे बातें कर, यार चश्मे तो फूटते रहेंगे. He says that, look here and talk to me. That these springs and fountains will keep, they'll always be there. Like the landscape will always be there. Let's talk. And that too has a beautiful way of that. Really, you see, think about it. Human beings, when describing mesmerizing beauty or just almost sublime beauty, often refer to landscapes, because nature embodies a profound capture of sublime beauty. But he's saying here, so they presume he's kind of sketching the scene that they must be sitting at some scenic landscape, and there's maybe fountains and springs and all sorts. And he says that, hey, tu idhar dekh, that look over here, like forget about that look over here, mujhse baatein kar, that talk instead. That you see that in this communication, and it's not even the words, it's the exercise of engaging, with via communication, that is even more sublime in its beauty than the landscape. Because if you think about it, the landscape, I guess, it's not exclusively human. But this is an exclusive human feat, isn't it? That yaar chashme to phootte rahenge. I really did, honestly, this is a profound, so simple, isn't it? That so rahenge ke jagte rahenge, hum tere khwaab dekhte rahenge, tu kahin aur dhoondta rahega, hum kahin aur hi khile rahenge, राहगीरों ने राह बदलनी है, पेड़ अपनी जगह खड़े रहेंगे, सब ही मौसम है दस्तरस में तेरी, तूने चाहा तो हम हरे रहेंगे, लौटना कब है तूने पर तुझको, आदतन ही पुकारते रहेंगे, तुझको पाने में मसला ये है, तुझको खोने के वसवसे रहेंगे, तू इधर देख मुझसे बातें कर, यार चश्मे तो फूटते रहेंगे. Wow, what a poem. Have you read Atomic Habits? You say that. Kya baat hai yaar. See, was that staged? I guess the thoughts converge, don't they? So, right. Yeah. Mufti Saab, the real poet, was Ghalib. Baki sab to sirf teri. Right. So, yeah. I mean, Ghalib obviously is Ghalib. I'm not denying the epic status of people like Ghalib, Mirza Asadullah Khan. Allah. Mark Lanzetta, ahlan wa sahlan. You're doing it. Much love. All right, I've got a super chat. Nora, shukran, much love for the super chat. I just looked up Abbas ibn Firnas. I never heard of him before. Absolutely amazing. Yep, an absolute amazing personality from Islam. Definitely do look him up, people. And I'm pretty sure you'll find a few videos about him on, and maybe some documentaries on YouTube. Khalid Sayrafi. All right. You know, there was a famous grammarian, Abu Sa'id al-Sayrafi. Vah. Allah, Allah. He was a legend. He was a legend. He has some works on the Kitab of Sibawayh and stuff like that. But he's from the early classic Sayrafi. Yeah. See, wow. So you're the second person I've ever heard of with that name. One is the Don, Abu Sa'id al-Sayrafi, and Nahwi, and then Khalid al-Sayrafi. You're doing it, man. You're doing it. हमको मालूम है जन्नत की हकीकत लेकिन दिल के बहलाने को गालिब ये ख्याल अच्छा है. See, now that could be understood in many ways. I suppose from one perspective, somebody could say he's denying somebody could say that. And I think some people have tried to say that Ghalib was denying Jannah and denying these things. Although in other poetry he says it. See, so that's one way of reading that he's saying, Humko maloom hai Jannat ki haqeeqat lekin. We know the reality of paradise. However, Dil ke behlane ko ghalib ye khayal acha hai. That to keep the heart distracted, this imagination ghalib is, or this, what he's trying to say, ye khayal, this concept or this thought is impressive. So what he's saying is to distract or to keep you engaged and distracted. This is a good idea. That's what he's kind of saying. Now, so some people understood from that Ghalib is denying Jannah. And he's saying that, you know, Jannah doesn't really exist. But it's a good idea to keep us kind of like the opium of the masses. That's how some people could interpret what Ghalib is saying. Another way of interpreting, and I feel that's what he was actually saying, is that he's saying that Humko maloom hai Jannat ki haqeeqat lekin. That the true reality of Jannah isn't this idea that people say. You know, it isn't about just wine and milk, and that it's something unfathomably profound. But these concepts of being told that, oh, you're going to get women and you're going to get all this, and it's a very sensuous appeal. So it's an appeal to sensuality and to, like, there's a sex appeal in it, and there's a kind of, you know, it's almost, it's a legitimate appeal to controlled hedonism. Somebody might say that you're saying, well, you know, there's just while, like, you're just having sex and there's just alcohol and just chilling. And so this picture of this oasis that, let's say, some people have captured in their minds, Ghalib is saying that this is just a distraction. That ye khayal achai, but it's a good distraction in this world because it seems to work. That a guy start, especially for men, I guess, thinking about women and the hur and all of this stuff. And I suppose alcohol, Ghalib used to love his alcohol. So he's saying that this, you know what, it works as an idea, but really it's actually much more profound than this, you know, this appeal to the sensuous. That it's something truly metaphysical, because this is still an appeal to the physical, isn't it? Because it's an appeal to food, an appeal to drink, an appeal to bodily pleasures. So it's all corporeal and physical. But in essence, Jannah is, or the afterlife is metaphysical. It is beyond and it is at a consciousness kind of level. And this is why the hadith is saying that if ما خطر ببشر بال قط ما خطر ببال بشر قط, that even if one of you try to conceptualize any idea you come up with is wrong. So yeah, so that's one way. That's how I see what he's saying. Right. Mufti Saab, when will you visit Toronto? Soon, inshallah. Why not? Huh? Soon. All right. He was probably from Siraf in Iran. My ancestors were just money. Oh, right. Oh, right. Okay. Ah, right. Okay. I see. I see. So you're not. No, he's spelling it with a sin. So you're spelling it with a sad. Okay, that's different. Yeah. Right. So let's move on, people. Let's take a look today at some of the Quranic guidance, and today's theme of the journey must go on. I thought, from Lao Tzu, what a quote to begin with, huh? That the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So we all need reminders, always. That there's a verse of the Quran, ذَكِّرْ فَإِنَّ الذِّكْرَى تَنْفَعُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, that remind, because the reminder is beneficial, beginning with the one who reminds. The one who has faith, who believes in it, it benefits including them, arguably primarily. So that, let's say you've been trying to do something, you've had a project on the back burner, maybe you've made some applications to a few places, maybe you're trying to start something, maybe you're trying to learn something, maybe you're trying to start a new language, maybe you're trying to develop a craft, and it got put on the back burner and now it's kind of just simmered out. That a reminder to start again, that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with that first step. And that's from Lao Tzu. So I thought, definitely, since the journey must go on. This is another incredibly, I love this. This is a book. It's by, his name is Charles Mackesy, I believe. He's got some lectures on YouTube, incredible. Definitely watch them. So he wrote this book and it really blew up for him. He wasn't expecting it to, and it's full of these gems and wisdoms. I bought it to go through some of it with my little ones, although I don't think they appreciate. I think they're too young for maybe Layla now, but I remember when lockdown began, we were trying to go through some of the gems, but I think metaphor and certain things are still difficult for children. So what he does is each page he just has, it's called the boy, the horse, the fox, and the mole, something like that. And they're going on a journey, and each page is this artistic sketch, and it's just a quote, which is a gem. So here's an example. "I can't see a way through," said the boy. "Can you see your next step?" "Yes, just take that," said the horse. Allah. You see, just one step at a time. That the journey of 1,000 miles is covered like that. Just one step at a time. There's so many things that when you think about them, had you tried to plan in the beginning, it may be too daunting, insurmountably daunting, and therefore you rescind and you just kind of give up. You don't even undertake the task. How often has one of you try to embark on something financial, and you set yourself a budget, and when you get into it, let's say especially you might be buying a car, you might be having something done at home, you set yourself a budget, and you could be even doing a kitchen, you could be doing a bathroom, and what happens as soon as you're halfway through, you have to double it. The budget goes out the window and you got to double it, and sometimes you got to add a bit more on. How often has that happened in life? All too often. And had you in the beginning been told that, you know what, this is actually, you think it's going to be this, no, this is going to be that much, it may have just freaked you out, and you may have just shied away from actually doing it. But one step at a time, that I can't see a way through, that they're in the forest, you see, the horse and the boy, and they're walking, and he can't see a way through the trees. And the horse is saying, well, can you see your next step? And he's saying, yes. He said, well, just take that. That's all you have to do in life. There's a fog, but you just have to, you can see right in front of you, can't you? But you're anxious because you can't see 100 meters down the road. There's a fog. But it's okay. You can still see a meter ahead of you. But it's our insan's kind of struggle to want to live in the future and to live in the past, to live everywhere except in the present. This is insan's, the whole struggle of insan summed up in a few words. Right, so let's move on. Right, well, why are you not switching back Monday nights with Mufti? Was cozy? Well, because this is a new platform. Get with the program. It's a different show. It's a different platform. It's a different theme. It's a different trajectory. And it's actually quite substantially a different audience, checking by YouTube analytics. So, yeah, I appreciate that you did like and I think people, you want to switch things up in life anyway. You want to change things I like the fact that, you see, people who are listening to me are only listening to me because of what I'm saying. Okay, they're not listening to me under the pretense of, let's say, I've got so many books behind me. Even though that's the books are mine, my library is over there. And when I initially did it, it was just a matter of, I guess, it was probably about 4 years ago. So it was a long time. No, actually, probably 2017 I began. So it's probably about 5 years ago. So it was comforting. It was nice, but it did get a bit, after a while, I think you need to kind of like shift things up. But in addition to that, I do like the thought comforting that people who listen now are solely listening for what I have to say. They're not listening under any false pretense. Not that it's false, but still, I don't, I like it. To me, this idea is very, heartwarming. So I like that. And somebody said they miss the masala and stuff. Well, tough. You have to, a person has to be in line with where they find themselves in life. So where I find myself in life, this is what I want to do. So that's what I'm doing. And people, one thing I don't want to do, I'm actually fed up of it. Not now, a while back, is entertaining. I'm not here to entertain you. If you do want me to entertain you, you're more than welcome to take private sessions, and I'll entertain you all you want. But I think I don't know, maybe it's age. A person realizes that there's so much positive work to be done, so many people in need of real work, real effort, and there's fun everywhere. You see, if you just want to hear jokes, just watch Comedy Central, go online, watch stand up. I mean, you're going to get really good jokes there. You know, you don't need to come to a and if you want to watch the old Monday nights, you can. I do. I feel that it's amazing, you know. Um, yeah, it's amazing how your consciousness kind of it I don't know, it kind of shifts, I guess, and you find yourself in life with a qualitative leap in consciousness plateau. So it's different. It's very different. So I don't really, to be honest, I don't like doing that now. And it's interesting. Somebody sent me a clip, maybe a few weeks back, of an old clip of mine, and I can't remember what. I don't know why they sent it, because of, I think they were talking about it or something, and sent it to me, and I just clicked on it and watched it. So it must have been about like 3 years old, or maybe 2 3 years old or something. 2 years maybe. So I clicked on it, and I was like, oh my god. Yeah, it was wild. I think, it's, yeah, now when I watch it, it's interesting. But I'm glad that a person has to go through their journey in life, and they have to see different stages. And I was there, I saw that stage, and it was fun, I guess, whilst it was happening. And then you kind of go through qualitative shifts in state of mind. Then you see to yourself that, what is all of this? What is it even doing? What is it that why am I like what why do I want to be engaging people with in this manner? Why do I want to be like, what does it actually provide? Like, what does it actually do besides entertainment? What does it actually do? And I realized that, also the audience were a people that many of them weren't interested in almost anything I had to say. They were just interested in being entertained. And then there was a bunch of them who were really not interested in any healing. They were just interested in, I don't know, I guess, in a maybe like an iconoclastic pursuit, maybe. Like, maybe there's certain people who were annoyed or peeved off, or kind of with stuff, and maybe, I'm not saying right or wrong, but for whatever reason they were, and so they're kind of hurting. These people are hurting, and I guess there was a group, maybe that's a percentage, a percentile of the people that were listening to me. They were kind of using my stuff, weaponizing it to kind of just maybe serve their own cause. And I mean, I'm not passing a value judgment, but that's what it is. They weren't necessarily interested in the healing. They don't want to heal. They just, I guess, were angry for whatever reason about stuff, and they maybe found solace. Not solace ain't the right word. Maybe they found ammunition in my content that allowed them to then pick a bone with people based on it. So it allowed them to create arguments, because now, you see, they can't arrive at this, so they kind of use my knowledge to arrive at a point where it's for a negative force. Like, they're not a force for good, they're a force for harm. They just want to argue, create dissent, create negativity, hatred, and that's not what I'm about. I'm not about that stuff. You see, I'm about positivity. I'm about hope, compassion, love. And I think sometimes when you're going in the momentum of things, you lose sight of what you're doing because the momentum is just driving you forward. And to you, it's like Einstein's special relativity and his kind of general relativity. You see, to you, if you're traveling with, or just say under the speed of light, to you, things are still travel normal. They appear normal. They don't appear like things are going fast or slow, or time is slowing down, or you don't notice that. To you, it appears normal because you're being carried by this velocity. And but to the other person, they can see that. So you can see a variation in time, like in general relativity, you can see this. So time is kind of slowing down, but from the other perspective, not from the person moving in it. So in many ways, as a parallel, when I was going, I guess you can't see. You're kind of just being driven and driven, and you need a break. And I think in many ways, um, when there was that horrible incident last year, the whole attack on my house, and then following that, because I took maybe 3 months off, in those months, I really just focused on me, and that period, that break, became like a catalyst for many other things and events, whether they're mental events or psychosocial events or actual events. And I really got to really just observe, like, wow, like what is, it's amazing. It's like, for me, I think I must have um in 3 to 5 months, so last year's summer kind of months going into autumn and late autumn, I must have been through, like, as in just actual, maybe about 3 years to maybe even 4 5 years, like that much stuff was going on in a positive way in my life, like that much stuff. Like, so I must have just aged at a consciousness level years with each month. Like, it's phenomenal. I can't even explain it to you. But I think, and at the end of all those months, when I kind of looked, that and it's good to come to a standstill, to assess everything. That, right, where does everything stand? And yeah, so that's really why this show is there, to help people. And it does, and it's bringing it has different, and I notice the people that come now are people who want to heal, and I like that, because that's who I'm trying to help. Mirza Saab, the reason I give my girlfriend for breaking up with her is I'm having a qualitative leap in conscious plateau. Yeah, I guess, it's all about that, isn't it? All right. So shukran for the super chat, by the way, Mirza Saab. Faz Abdullah Mufti, love you, bro. Love you too, yeah. Would love to meet you in Toronto. Definitely. We'll do that, inshallah, when that time comes. All right. So let's take a look at some Quranic guidance, then we'll move on. Somebody asked about the Ukraine issue. Yeah, let's come back to that. It's very interesting. Uh, Manak Salim, shukran, much love for the super chat. Pool of knowledge from keep up. Dearly appreciate it. Much love. Nora, shukran, much love for the super chat. Some people might miss the old show because you're the only person willing to fight bullies on their own level. Sure, I mean, I guess I'm not saying that the old show was bad. I mean, sure, there were elements of it that now, in hindsight, I think weren't serving as a force for good. But there was a lot in there that was good and positive, and definitely. And it was full of a lot of humor, and I get that. And I get the fact that people, it's interesting that I see some people, they now, um, they I can see that they try to muster some courage now. I think our good old uh, Daniel Haqeeqat Sahib. I saw that there's somebody sent me a thumbnail that he's made. I think he's having an attack on Imam Zaid Shakir about something. Imam Zaid is an amazing individual. May Allah bless him. I have so much love for him. And he's attacking him for whatever. I don't really watch Danny Boy's videos, but for whatever reason, he's attacking him. And then in the thumbnails, I heard some people said, and I saw one of the thumbnail anyway. Somebody sent it. He's using my photo sitting with Imam Zaid Shakir when he came to visit me, and I smiled, when I saw it. I thought, this courage he's only having because I've kind of just I've just kind of seated myself back. That otherwise, over a year and a half ago, when I would openly challenge him, he wouldn't dare even mention my name. If he did, the avalanche that would have come in his direction, and he would run a million miles from me at that time. I had openly challenged him to debates, and he wouldn't be able to run these Islamic rings around me because he is not qualified in the ulum, ulum al-din. He hasn't studied usul al-fiqh or maqasid al-sharia or even hadith or usul al-hadith or the books of hadith, or whether it's going to be he hasn't had an Islamic training like that. He's just studied in a modern university. So he would debate atheists, ex-Muslims, other people, but he would never publicly, at least, name me or try, because he knew I wouldn't. I was just looking for that opportunity. And I thought, it's interesting. I thought it's interesting. Chalo. Let others be, huh? Let him now. I thought, let's see. I thought, let him have his fun. Because it's fascinating. So yeah, I get that there was this speaking out. But you know what? There's more. One of the things I really focused on, especially with mindfulness and a lot of this collecting yourself, and then where consciousness goes on its own journey, eventually leading to what is ego death, or al-fana fillah. It is something else. These things are, when a person comes back from an ego death, this world and the things of it seem so just artificial, and there's no allure to them. And a person, you just smile when you see these things. When people do these, you just let people be. Let children, and it's like child's play. Let people play if they want. But yeah, and my advice is that to people as well, as difficult as it is, that just focus on your own journey. Let them be. By the way, even though I've changed that, my Mind Trap show is still going. So if any of these people ever want to have a discussion on Mind Trap, I still take guests, and we have a very civil discussion. They're more than welcome to appear on that. Right. Okay. Let's move on. I will execute great vengeance on them with wrathful rebukes, and they will know that I am the Lord when I lay my vengeance on them. Wow. Isn't that what in Pulp Fiction? Isn't that the verse of the Bible that Samuel L. Jackson quotes? Right, so let's move on to more important things, people. A'udhu billahi minash shaitan rajim. People speaking about this, because this ties in even what you're talking about today, whether it's going to be the greater world climate right now going on, the whole Ukraine crisis, and we'll speak a bit about that after this. But, or people worried about, I don't know, people, groups, factions, politics, society, climate, whatever it is. Maybe it's on a personal scale, their health, maybe it's as long as you are taking that step. Because look, you have no other choice but to go on, that the journey must go on. This verse of the Quran is so empowering. From Surah Hud, verse 81, and it's towards the ending of the verse where Allah, and even though the context, you see, the Quran, this is from the beauty and the miracle of the Quran, that its words are in superpositions. They can mean different things to different people at different times. And that's the miraculous beauty of the Quran. And this verse, that alaysa subhu biqarib, Allah says in Surah Hud at the end of verse 81, that is not the morning near. Honestly, that is so, in this one little verse, so much is being said. Alaysa subhu biqarib. And it's a subah because inna maw'idahum as-subah. That's speaking about the full verse that's speaking about a people and whatever that they appointed time was the morning. But this, taking this part of the verse, that alaysa subhu biqarib. See, the darkest hour is before dawn. No matter what your struggle in life, just you have to keep going. You have to. That there will be daylight. There will be morning. And alaysa subhu biqarib. When you think about it, isn't it soon? Isn't morning just near? And that's, wallahi, such an empowering, inspiring verse. In the darkest of your moments, to just repeat that to yourself, that alaysa subhu biqarib, and just keep going. Allahu Akbar. And tying in with that, it is important, ever too important, that whatever our journey, our task, our project, our plan is, it will only happen if we strive for it. This verse, these two verses from Surah An-Najm, that وَأَن لَيْسَ لِلْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا مَا سَعَى. Okay. وَأَن لَيْسَ لِلْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا مَا سَعَى وَأَنَّ سَعْيَهُ سَوْفَ يُرَى. That insan will only have that which he or she actually took the effort for. If you strive for it, you will have it. وَأَنَّ سَعْيَهُ سَوْفَ يُرَى. That you may not see it right now, but it will be seen. Have that zarasi himmat, that strength to keep going. Doesn't matter, even if you failed. So often I tell you, I'll begin things and I get distracted. Months may go by. I'll be distracted with other things. Maybe sometimes years have gone by. And then someday I'll just think, yeah, I wanted to do this little. I think, let's start now. Let's just start. So what if we fail? But till we fail, we ain't gonna fail. Jello, when that point comes, we'll deal with it. But let's start now. Nobody's coming to help you. Nobody's coming to set you up in life. You want a business going, you want to be independent, you want to learn something, you want your problems to be solved. Nobody's coming to fix your stuff. It's a you problem. That وَأَلَيْسَ لِلْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا مَا سَعَى. You could be the holiest of people, you could be the worst of people. It makes no difference. You have to still get up and walk to get your food and to do. There's no separate system. Allah says to Maryam alayhi salam in the Quran, when she was heavily pregnant and distraught and in need of food, energy, Allah says, Huzzi ilayki bijith'in nakhla, that shake the tree towards you. The fruits will drop. If Allah wanted, He could have made the fruits come to her, let's say. Or at the very least, Allah could have made a wind come and the fruits drop and easily. I mean, that's still within the laws of nature. But there's a lesson in this for people. You see, it's not obviously it's about Maryam alayhi salam, but it's even greater than Maryam alayhi salam. It's the journey of insan. Even when you're vulnerable. See, like she was vulnerable, heavily pregnant. She was distraught, anxiety, fear, but you still have to do the work. So it's more about the lesson for those people reading it. So, أَنْ لَيْسَ لِلْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا مَا سَعَى وَأَنَّ سَعْيَهُ سَوْفَ يُرَى. It will be seen. Allah says, it will be seen. Now, you see, with that verse, somebody may ask a question. You may say to yourself, well, sometimes I do all this hard work, and where was it then? I did that project and it failed. Nothing good came out of that. I took that business venture and I was trying to do a good deed. I was trying to help someone or help people, and now I'm just in debt. Or I suffered financially. Or I did this and I lost, and that happens. It's the nature of the dunya that, people get done onto at times. And you say, well, I thought وَأَنَّ سَعْيَهُ سَوْفَ يُرَى, that my efforts are supposed to be seen. So where they at? What's happening? So this verse that you can see here from Surah Al-Baqarah 110, that وَمَا تُقَدِّمُوا لِأَنفُسِكُم مِّنْ خَيْرٍ. You see, whatever positivity you are bringing forward, whatever goodness, tajiduhu, you will see its fruits. And if it doesn't materialize and manifest in front of you in this world, tajiduhu indallah, you will find it with God. And you asked, but who gets to see it? I did this and it went to ruins and it backfired on me. I was trying to do something good, or I was trying to help someone, or I was doing this project and it ended up with a loss, and nobody even saw the hard work that went into it. وَأَنَّ سَعْيَهُ سَوْفَ يُرَى. Where is it yura? Aina yura? That where is it seen? You ask yourself that where is it seen? That I did all this, and doesn't the verse say وَأَنَّ سَعْيَهُ سَوْفَ يُرَى, that his efforts will be seen? And you see the answer here. Surah Baqarah 110. Inna Allah bima ta'luna basir. Allah is forever seeing and watchful of what you have been doing. You see, we all want to, in our minds, we have a story, we have this thing that we are being watched in a nice way as well. And sometimes a person brings that into court. Well, nobody saw me. I did all this and it went to waste and nobody even knows about it. Huh? It could happen. A person thinks, well, I did all of this and I don't even get any appreciation. In fact, nobody even knows. Nobody may even believe that I did it. I fluked it. Who would believe that I did this and I've got nothing and nothing to prove it? Inna Allah bima ta'maluna basir. Allah saw it. Here in Surah Baqarah 110, Allah is consoling you. See, and there are these hyperstructures between the ayat of the Quran. They are connected. The whole thing is connected. So a person, he must strive, she must strive, they must do their struggle, they must be on their journey, and it will materialize, it will manifest. And when it doesn't apparently manifest, then it is with God, and Allah has seen everything and the hard work that you have put in to whatever it is you are doing. But being reminded that you will see the fruits even there. This is like the safety net that, you're totally, but you will see. And yes, you may look around, when it's night, you can't see anything. I mean, especially if it's not a well lit, like a dark night, not the moon ain't out and no street lights, and you can't see far ahead. And for that, in Surah Hud, alaysa subha biqari, that in a while it will become daylight. Everything, rays of hope and light, and they will envelop you, envelop every single thing around you. And in a way, look, listen, check this. I know night and day are such an obvious phenomenon to us, but let's say they weren't. When it's night, right now, pitch black, if you were to tell someone that there will be light everywhere, it's almost like a perceptible impossibility. Except we know it happened. But if we minus that knowledge for a moment, like let's say, a person didn't have that memory, it's almost impossible that they would believe that, light everywhere. Alaysa subha biqarib. Allah, honestly, such an inspiring and beautiful verse of the Quran. And those verses, these verses that I've shared, they really empower us to keep focused on our goals and targets. May Allah bless our efforts and show us their fruits of positivity. Amin. All right, let's I have been struggling since October to build something for myself. Sam Defi. All right. No, may Allah make it easy for you. But look, have some patience, man, and just keep going. Yeah. Hussein Bourbon. All right. Shukran. Much love from, all right, New York. Sandstorm Eunice. Right. अब तो घबरा के ये कहते हैं कि मर जाएंगे, मर के भी चैन ना पाया तो किधर जाएंगे. Allah. That's Maulana Ibrahim Zauq, who was a contemporary of Ghalib. He says in a poem, he says that agarche kadre sukhan. No, he says agarche mulke Dakkan. Dakkan is Deccan is South India or mid-South India, like Hyderabad and those places, the Deccan states. Says, Agarche mulke Deccan mein sunte hain kadre sukhan. That even though we hear that they do appreciate poetry down there, because he was in Delhi up north. पर कौन जाता है ज़ौक़ दिल्ली की गलियां छोड़कर. Allah. That is epic. He says, but who wants to leave Delhi and go to a place like that? That said, it's a very sad state of affairs, what's going on in India. May Allah make it easy. It saddens me to see just the kind of hate that is being spread. Speaking of world politics, let's share some thoughts on the Ukraine crisis. Right, so people are questioning, is World War III looming on the horizon? Well, my thoughts on the matter, not that they have to amount to anything, but chalo, why not? I don't believe there's any World War III looming on the horizon. And I think Putin knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly. He's not... and he's already announced that he's now looking for dialogue. He's prepared, for dialogue. So those that don't know, well, I'm sure everybody does, but just a brief snapshot that there's been high tension going on in that region for many years. This is not new. Okay, so Ukraine is the second largest country in Europe. I mean, if you're considering that whole region, so after Russia, the second largest country in that whole region is Ukraine. People think Russia is after Ukraine. I don't think so personally. There's been huge issues here since time, because Ukraine previously was a part of Russia. Previously, it was part of when many of the other countries were part of Russia, and they did do a lot of imposed enculturation. So they put the Russian culture there. They did move people around, engineered the design. So I think there is an ethnicity of I've forgotten now, is it 1 out of 6 people or something that may have a Russian descent. But the people predominantly in Ukraine are not pro-Russia, but there is an element of that, especially towards the east, that are pro-Russia. And they even speak Russian, and they are Russian kind of separatists in the sense that their currency is in Russia as well right now. Yeah, it's the Russian ruble. And they're very openly pro-Russia. That's the eastern side. But we've got to just pause that. There's been issues going on here, for God knows how long. Now, Russia in 2014 encroached and it took over the Crimean Peninsula. So Ukraine onto one side, we haven't got a map here, but you can see it, there's a sea, the Black Sea, and there's a kind of peninsula that comes out, this little kind of almost like island, except on just one side. So the rest of it is all in water, and that's Crimea. And Russia kind of annexed that. It took it over in 2014, and the world kind of was a bit shocked, and Russia just said, look, this used to be part of Russia and we're taking it back. And it was a bit of a kind of like a botched up cowboy job, and then there was these kind of, people spoke of sanctions, then there was this Minsk agreement where they tried to kind of come together with some agreement, and nothing really came of it, and Europe got involved, and then Russia just tried to just carried on like nothing's happened. But since then, Ukraine has been blocking off some of the water supply to the Crimean Peninsula, and several parts of it have been impacted severely by the loss of water because of that. So these are like tiny tit for tat kind of things going on. Another major thing going on is the Russian gas pipeline, which comes right through Ukraine. And Ukraine have also been siphoning off a lot of the gas as well, which is really annoying the Russians, and they've threatened to kind of invade. And I guess one thing is they wanted to bring maybe through the sea as well. That's an option. But the Black Sea, how do you have access to this? Because this is a strategic point for Russia. Russia, if you look at its naval kind of outreach, it's just in the north. And that's a problem because the north is too close to the Arctic, and sometimes the ice and the weather can really impede any kind of naval expeditions or operations in the future. On the east, if you go right round the globe, because Russia kind of stretches so far out, it's a bit useless because that's way too far from the Western world. So that kind of naval front is useless. The next best option they have is this Black Sea, because the Black Sea, they can there's a Turkish strait that they can kind of bring the ships out of, and it would give them complete control. So Crimea is obviously important, which they've already taken. And now some of the other ports that are on the eastern side, which are already pro-Russia. So you throw this into the equation. Then there's another thing, that is that Ukraine has been asking to be part of NATO. Now, this is a problem, naturally. And it was actually part of the original agreements that NATO would not expand eastward. Reason being, because then it's just a kind of standoff between, like, it's a Cold War standoff between Russia and NATO, which is the Northern Alliance. It's a military alliance. Okay, so it's basically the NATO alliance is if you touch them, if you touch NATO, you touch us all. It's like that. We're all fighting, and we have to contribute militarily. So Ukraine has been speaking to be part of NATO. Now, this is a huge problem, as you can imagine, because it's the largest country in Europe. If it becomes NATO, then it would have potentially a military base in there. That may be a NATO base. Like America could set up a base right in Ukraine because it's then NATO. And that's just way too close to Moscow. So too close for comfort. So, and recently NATO has accepted even countries like Turkey, so which are, with conditions, part of NATO. So you've got all of this is going on. Now, Russia really, you see, Putin, what he's done, he's just done it very sly and just like like a true conniving politician and a kind of, I guess, an totalitarian leader. He's set his eyes on this because it's all to Ukraine for not Ukraine. I don't believe he wants Ukraine. He just wants that eastern region, which they've named now, or it was named Donbass. That's like such a Donbass. That's right. So it's got that's what they call it, the Donbass, the Donbass rebels. But there's two key regions, which is Donetsk and Luhansk, which what Putin has done is said that because they're pro-Russia and they're separatists, he's recognized them as independent states. Now, by doing so, he declares that they are independent states. And now he then had his kind of upper house, the Russian upper house of the kind of their Senate, pass, and their kind of House of Lords, if you like, pass clear him to take his military into those regions. So he's doing it kind of by the democratic book. Like he's saying, look, all I'm doing is these two regions which they have a right to self-determination. They're saying they want, right now, he's not saying they want to be Russia, although that was hilarious, by the way. If you watch that clip where Putin is saying, speak clearly, it's like a 2-minute clip. So he's got the spy chief giving him some kind of an overview, and he says, speak clearly, like say, just say be clear with your words. So that guy says, yeah, we support the right of these kind of the Donbass kind of regions, these two states, to be part of the Russian Federation. And Putin's like, don't say that yet. That's speaking too clearly. He says, no, we're not talking about that. We're talking about we just recognize their sovereignty. So this is stage one. We just recognize their sovereignty. Then actually stage two is now that they're sovereign states, we recognize that they've asked us to come in and help stabilize them from terrorism and extreme, not extremism, but kind of foreign threats. So we're just sending in our military to aid just as a peacekeeping troops. So they've called them peacekeeping troops. Now, what does Putin get out of this? He gets the Black Sea, because now he's going to have access to at least 4 ports in that entire sea, which is excellent for him from a naval perspective, from a commerce perspective. Also, he gets this region, which is now eventually going to probably become one of the vassal states for the Russian Federation, just like the other countries, is going to become one of them. Also, what Putin gets to do is, see, by having these 2 faction states, which are now separatist states, which are separate states now, they will have some military, there will always be some tit for tat kind of fighting going on. It may not be much fighting, but it may be like, an occasional firing or there'll be tension. Now, with tension between Ukraine and these states, NATO would not really allow, it wouldn't really welcome Ukraine to be part of NATO, because to take on, it's like saying, because if they take them on, they're already in a kind of battle, then you've got to participate. So there's no point. It's like saying you've got a millionaires club and this guy's bust, he's bankrupt. Why should we take him into the club? So it's like, for Putin, it's a win-win. And what he's done so strategically is he's done it by trying to tick all the democratic tick lists as he's going along. So he's kind of said, well, I haven't done this. This is what the Russian House of Parliament, the upper house has kind of voted, and they've told me to do it. And I'm not going in there. These people are separate states. We're just recognizing their independence. Oh, they've asked us to come in as peacekeeping. We're just doing that. Now, what Europe has threatened with is saying things like, well, the kind of commerce treaties and gas. This is potentially on the table to threaten them, because I think a third of European gas comes from Russia. So that's a huge, substantial amount. A huge amount of it comes to many of the countries, especially the UK. And so Russia has already signed, a few weeks ago, it signed a treaty with China that China would take up any gas that Russia can provide. And so it was in the billions that they've signed it. So Russia's already covered itself on that front. It's thinking, well, if they don't buy the gas, that's cool, because the gas is just going to go to China. And you see, and Europe hasn't announced we won't buy the gas because it knows it needs the gas. And I'll tell you what's interesting is that, you see, I think this is what it is. Putin knows that the world has changed. Like, there's nothing that these people can actually do. And he doesn't want to take over Ukraine. Taking over Ukraine would be stupid, because the Ukrainian people don't want Russia. So you'd just be dealing with guerrilla warfare, and then you'd be on the border face to face with NATO. And he wants such a large buffer, the largest country in Europe, to be the buffer zone between him and NATO. That's the whole purpose of keeping them, but keeping that buffer zone entangled with these Russian vassal new 2 independent states that constantly keep fighting. So Ukraine is always busy with them and it's distracted. And because it's always busy in tension, NATO isn't interested in it. Plus, they get the port, plus they get naval routes, plus they get commercial kind of sea routes. It's just an overall win-win. Plus, they can control the water going back into Crimea. Putin's just on a win-win from his perspective. So That's how I see it. I don't think he's interested in taking over Ukraine. I don't think. And you know something, I think from a third person perspective that since we're not Russian, we're not, this is obviously just, this is just like he's just, what he's doing is just thuggery. He's doing thuggery. That's all he's doing. He's just doing presidential kind of thuggery. And well, obviously it's, from a third person perspective, it's, this stuff is wrong because he's obviously causing strife and he's causing distress and he's causing anxiety and he's upsetting, a state, and lives are being lost, even if not at a large scale, but lives are being impacted, definitely. And it's, it's obviously distressing. But when you kind of step back a bit, in all honesty, you see, America have just been doing the same in their own way. Like, I don't know, the only reason America are so kind of peeved off with it is because they could do it when they wanted to do it, and nobody could say anything to them. Like when they wanted to invade Iraq, they just invade Iraq. If they wanted to invade Afghanistan, they would invade. If they wanted to go in tomorrow to a country, Nicaragua, they just go into Nicaragua. They don't need, if America wants to do something, they just do their thuggery. But for once, they can't do jack all. They can't do anything to Russia. And Russia knows it, and the world has changed. And they're not actually that dependent on the States. Like this whole gas thing was a huge thing. The fact that they haven't announced, but they're thinking, look, because this is like a multi-billion-dollar trade going on. It's huge. Like the Russian economy depends on it. So to say, well, oh, you're not going to have access to our markets, right? And by the way, they haven't said that you're not going to have access to our markets because they know they need Russian thing. But even then, Russia has gone and just signed a deal with China. Now, China is not the same China from 2014. It is a huge, it has emerged past COVID. China has emerged much more powerful. And for China, this is interesting because this is like testing the waters with Taiwan. So China's thinking, let's see what America does to them. And then we could maybe try this with Taiwan. It's just mad politics going on, honestly. So that's my thoughts on it. Yeah. If Russia didn't have nukes. Exactly. But that's the thing. You see, you have to remember the gap between Russia, China, and America is not so huge anymore. Especially China. China is like a significant, and China has just commented on the matter by saying, you gotta love the Chinese, huh? They go, 欢迎来自 不知道. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. They go, the Chinese representatives just said, all must exercise restraint. That's what they said. They never told Russia off. They just said, all must exercise restraint. You gotta love it, huh? Siyasat Rajniti. This is politics, people. It's a filthy game. But that's what it is. Yeah. Let's see. Russia fully revamped militarily for the US. The chickens are coming home to roost. Yeah, I agree. Breadbasket of the Soviet Union. Yeah, of course. I totally agree. I'm not. Look, the Ukrainians. Anybody that's suffering, may Allah make it easy for them. But I don't think anything has actually. You see, what it's done is it's just like it's spiked the tension, but that's it. because you have to remember the separatists on the east, which were these Donbass, that's what they, Donbass, they spelled Dombas, I believe, right? So the Donbass rebels were already fighting Ukraine, and they've been fighting since the past 6-7 years. This is what the Minsk agreement was about. So it's nothing, and the Russian troops have already been there since then. So it's just people are finding out now because it's all over the news, but this is old. So for Ukraine, it's not like so much has happened overnight. What's happened is more mental than physical. So, yes, some troops have been brought near the borders, but that's just a scare tactic. They're not going to actually attack Ukraine. That See, the world has gone beyond that. These are scare tactics. They're just trying to flex their muscles and show that, look, we've got this. But nothing much on the ground in Ukraine has actually changed because they were already fighting for the past 7, 6, at least since 2014, they were fighting with that region, the eastern region. And the eastern region was already declaring itself as a separate, that we don't want anything to do with Ukraine. They speak Russian. They even have the Russian ruble currency. Most of the people there, their syllabus is a Russian syllabus, school education syllabus. Many of them are ethnically Russian because they'd migrated in the past, or whether it was engineered. But so for Ukraine, this is not an overnight issue. I think some people might be thinking one day Ukraine woke up and this is happening. It's not. This is how it's been. It's just we're hearing about it now because it's in the news. But the tension has escalated, and that's more so at a mental level. But I think they know the game as well. And to be fair, look, Russia is saying to Ukraine that you can't be part of NATO. Now, you see, you got to understand where both people are kind of coming from. Obviously, Ukraine is a sovereign state. It can make up its own mind. But on the same token, that is highly provocative. Highly provocative. So it's like that is going to trigger. They're just prisoners of geography. Because if they become NATO, they're, in other words, saying we're going to be a base to set up military, and here are the the opponents. So yeah, but interesting, I have to say. Nevertheless, love you too, yaar. So that's that. Yeah, this is what something. NATO, this is the equivalent of Cuba. Like, do you recall when Cuba, the whole thing with the Cold War was because Cuba is still further away. Imagine if Russia set up a military base in Mexico or in Canada. How would America respond? This is the equivalent of Ukraine gravitating towards NATO for Russians. I'm just saying, I don't, me personally, I don't have a soft spot for any of that. I do see what's going on, and it is thuggery. But then I don't see any different with what America's been doing for all these years. The problem is they just wanted to be the only thug in town. And now you've got more than one thug. So it's वही गुंडागर्दी, badmashi. But the thing is, there's other badmashis as well, I guess. This is what's annoying America more than anything, that its threats don't mean as much. Because what are you going to ultimately do? Like, Russia's way too powerful, and China is too powerful, and this is the problem. And you have to remember, countries like even India are still have somewhat of an alliance with Russia. They are still kind of, even Pakistan, Imran Khan's gone to Russia to kind of, and he had like a presidential spectacular welcome. So countries around the world are not, and in the last maybe 5 years, or maybe 5 to 7, 8 years, Russia has done actually quite a bit to build relations. Because if you think about it, Russia would have been very opposed to a country like Pakistan, because they were at one point trying to invade Pakistan via, Afghanistan. Now, the fighting, everything, the whole proxy war was, with a lot of it was Pakistan involved in the whole Mujahideen era. So Russia would have hated Pakistan. Russia provided a lot of the military to India, which obviously is an arch nemesis to Pakistan. So you can see the rivalry, but yet in the last, I don't know, 5, 7, 8 years, Russia has actually built quite a relationship, even with countries like Pakistan. Like, think of that. Like, think of the politics that are going on here. Like, how they're actually thinking, you know what, I'm going to befriend that person, buy him a few gifts here, do this over there, cut a few deals here. And now when it comes to the crunch, these countries are now like, oh yeah, you're actually not that bad. So, but this is politics, isn't it? Politics, Rajniti. Yeah. So let's move on. Right. That what's going on? As an American, take some years off and just work on ourselves. Yeah, exactly. I would say, look, don't get too drawn in. Obviously, we are people of the world, and this impacts the world since it's the big boys that are playing. But it's all safe, and since we can't change it anyway, we're just chatting about it. Tu kaun, main khamkha. In Urdu, they say, like, who are you? That I'm just. Like, who the hell are you? That, there's a proverb that in the classical times, one of the what was he? One of the caliphs was kind of going in his chariot, and he's kind of got the whole thing, and he's going, and you had these kind of sewage cleaners. So they used to have their kind of version of this. They call them kannaf in Arabic, kannafin, plural. So people who, in Urdu, they say bungi and stuff, that would kind of clean the sewers and stuff like this. So you had these kind of kannafin that are working in these kind of sewage systems that they had. These are obviously the old ancient. They did have old ancient sewage systems in some of the Muslim world. Now, in some ways, they may have even been more forward thinking than today. Now, so whilst this caliph is going, he overhears, like, obviously he overhears conversation between two of these sewage cleaners. So one of them's talking to the other, and he says, so they're in this kind of water, this sewage thing, and they're kind of cleaning it, and they're standing there talking. He says, since the caliph had this argument with his brother, he says, "Yaar, you know what? I've lost respect for him." He says, "Yaar, meri nazaron se hi gir gaya yaar." Like there's a saying in Urdu, he's dropped from my eyes. That I've lost value for him. So the caliph, he overhears this. Like, he looks that Abbe yaar. And he says, "Amfum fil ma wa istum fis sama." He says their nose is in water and their butt, ist is your behind in Arabic, is fil hawa, is flying in the air. like, like who the hell are they? What do they think their word even counts? So amfum fil ma, istum fis sama. So वही बात है कि अबे तू कौन मैं खामखा. So obviously not like our things make a difference, but yeah. So right, you know what I'll do is, I'll tell you what, I'll speak a bit about how we see the world, and then I'll just share the link, yeah, and bring on guests. What All right, let me just get this. Just trying to set this up. All right, so people, how do we see the world? Now, there's some things I wanted to just highlight and just present once again. And I love speaking about these, and it's nested in the conversation on consciousness, because consciousness is something that we have no idea what it means to be aware of something. Like we have some we have experiential, we have an experience that we can bring. So I know what it means to be aware. You know what it means to be aware, to be conscious. But there's no way of being able to somehow even map what that feels like. There's no actual, because consciousness is just so, the whole thing is evasive, and everything, consciousness, by the way, because our conscious thought is nested in unconscious thought. Most of thought is unconscious. Now, this was something that, many years ago, scientists weren't actually that familiar with. They thought maybe some thought was conscious, but most of thought is actually unconscious. So it's subconscious, it's below our conscious kind of. So imagine conscious, our being conscious. And I don't mean by that just so like we're as in not being fainted, as if somebody has fainted and somebody is conscious. I don't mean in that sense. Consciousness is linked into many things. So it's linked into like memory, it's linked into attention, awareness, a unity of consciousness, that a sense of self. All of these things, amongst other things, there's like a neural binding in the brain that's kind of collectively presenting these things in consciousness. And then most of what's happening is underwater. And it's only the tip of the iceberg that is our conscious thought. But our conscious thought is emerging from our subconscious or unconscious thought. So what the hell is going on here? And it's crazy. So when you think about these things, and just to give you an idea, because the discourse at hand that I want to speak about is truth. Because what is truth? That's the kind of discourse. Because and these are just kind of things feeding into that. So imagination. So something we now know is that imagination, from the mind brain perspective, the brain perspective as well, is now we actually know is in many ways indistinguishable from physicality or physical realities. So let me give you an example. I see this right now. So there's certain parts in my brain, in the visual cortex, that are lighting up. So we've got these neural correlates that are lighting up. So let's say I can see an image there, or I can see this book over here. There's certain parts that are lighting up in my brain. Now, let's say I wasn't looking at a book, or I wasn't, and I start imagining that book, whether I daydream it, or whether I close my eyes and see it, or whether I just imagine it. The same parts that would light up when I see it will still light up. And let me add to that. If I imagine myself walking, the same parts of my brain that would go active when I'm walking will go active. But the only difference is my brain will be inhibiting certain sensory motor cortex responses. So it's kind of blocking. So it's like the same thing. It's like the accelerator is pressed, it is in gear, but you have also pressed the brake. It's not that there's no gear and there's no acceleration. There is. So that's what the brain is doing. So in many ways, imagination is on is quite indistinguishable from what we're calling real as far as the brain is concerned. Okay, so we have to so let's just let that settle as a thought. Now, the other thing is qualia. Okay, qualia is like the kind of qualities of things that are subjectively experienced. Like, let's say, taste, smell, color, sound. Now, we can scientifically, through neuroimaging and stuff, we can see neural correlates. So, let's say when a person sees something, a certain part of the brain fires up. So, we can have a kind of map of this is happening. But what does it feel like to experience the color red? What does it feel like to eat an apple? There is no way to even begin at this stage in explaining that. That's honestly quite phenomenal when you think about it. So this is all feeding into, I wanted to share something that in light of that, there was a study. Now, some people had some follow-up questions to it. Nevertheless, I thought it's interesting to share. Right. So now this, as you can see, there was there was a researcher, Davidoff, who'd conducted some research with a tribe, um, the, the Himba tribe in Namibia. Now, this was on color. Now, what they were researching was people who, what they were researching was people who don't have certain words for a color. Now, sorry, let me get that. Right, let me just pause that for a moment. A lot of research into color has argued that there's certain colors that develop in a certain order, and they seem to be pretty much universal throughout the world. So let's say if there's a culture that has no words for color, it will definitely have a color, the words for black and white, because as a binary, day and night and darkness and light, and it will still have black and white, and it may list all the other colors into them. If they have a third color, that third color will always be red. So if, let's say, cultures and subcultures where they are restricted for words to describe colors, if they have none and they just have the very just none whatsoever, they will still have black and white. And if they had a third only, that third will almost always be red. And if they had a fourth, it would be yellow, and then green, and then blue. So this is almost universal. There's some exceptions, but this is how they see this evolving in cultures. Certain kind of studies, anthropological studies on that. So, okay, now, so some researchers had kind of explored that what if you didn't have a word, a name for a color? Like many cultures, they mix certain colors together. So, do you still see the color? Now, this sounds like a bizarre question. Okay, so you think to yourself, well, that doesn't make much sense. But of course, you see it. Now, it's not actually that obvious, you see. So what was done was an experiment was done with the Himba tribe, where they got these people who they have a different coloring system, and they didn't distinguish between certain colors. And one of the colors they didn't distinguish was between green and blue. But they did have a lot more names for different shades of green. which, let's say, in English, we don't generally, or the common, it's not common parlance that people common speak, that people use so many. Maybe nowadays people use, certain, but the common person may not be up to speed with them. So they may just think green. Whereas, let's say if you saw pink, you won't think red. You won't think light red. You'll think pink. But there were certain cultures, like let's say the Arabic culture, if you went back, Arabic language didn't have the color pink. Many colors didn't. This kind of evolved later on. So with this tribe coming back here, they tested them. So in this experiment, what they did was they put, as you can see, all these green squares, and one of them had a slightly different shade. So now for Westerners, that was quite difficult to kind of distinguish. So people had to kind of keep looking, and they had to kind of check, well, which one is it? Now, it's, so you can see what, so there's two green things, one with the blue and then the other one just green. And it is the same where you find the blue square, on the other side where you find that same green is apparently a subtly lighter shade. Okay. So, okay, now when they had these people from the Himba tribe take this test, and they asked them that which one of the green is the odd one out, they very quickly could tell, very quickly. And we actually would really struggle because they saw that green as a different color and they could pick it out almost straight away. Now, what's interesting is when they asked them to spot with the blue square, that is, are any of these squares different? If so, can you point out which one is different? It took them significantly longer to spot out the blue square. Unlike us, like we would see that straight away. Now, that is incredibly fascinating because what it shows is that the way the language, I guess in some ways, there's something known as the Sapir-Whorfian hypothesis in psychology, that the language influences the way we see the world. This supports that in a different way about color and perception, that having the word for something or not having it can actually influence how you even see it. So let me show you here. This is the Himba classification of color. So you can see here that buru, the blue and that green, is exactly the same. And the other two greens are two different, like they're like totally different colors to them. I mean, okay, I can see that they're different shades of green, but to them, these are distinct colors. They're not just shades, they're like distinct. But the blue, the buru, is just like the other green next to it. It's like the same thing. And I know, I wonder I know in certain cultures, I don't, in fact, it's interesting because when I think about it, because blue is one of the most, in several cultures, blue is a recent adage in colors. And thinking about it, I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure that even in the Indo-Pak world, like when I was a kid, unless I'm imagining this now, I'm sure my mother would refer to the kind of peppers that are the green chili as nili march, like, which is actually blue, because the nila is actually blue. So that's, and I never used to think so much about it, except it's not. I mean, they call it, like nili march, but I don't know. Hmm, that's interesting. So I'm sure that also has something to do with that. Maybe there wasn't a distinction, maybe generations back, between blue and green. But it doesn't mean that just because they use that, they don't know, they can't see blue. They can. And even in these tribes, many of the people, they did see it, but there was a delay in being able to see it. So Right. So there was a delay, and there was further experiments that were done with Europeans. So they found Italians, I believe, who had a different name for light blue, if I'm correct, and they have a different color for dark blue, like as different colors, not just as. So I don't just mean like we would say like navy blue, but as different colors altogether, just as you would have as pink and red. So when the experiments were done, and let's say English speaking subjects were asked to spot out the color that is different, there was a delay in comparison to their Italian counterparts who would immediately see it. So what this goes to show, and is that our world, even what we're seeing, is being influenced. Like there's this kind of this dynamic inter-exchange between society and us. The language, which is a social entity, feeding into us, which is then feeding back into society, which is then this kind of loop that is being created, a psychosocial loop that is influencing our reality, making it somewhat distinct to the person next to us. And I'll tell you something about color. This is interesting. There was an experiment done where we where they had some gelatin kind of product, like a jelly, that was tasteless, odorless. Okay, it was just transparent, just jelly, like gelatin, nothing, no taste to it. And what they did is they dyed it, colored it different colors. So red, yellow, green, and blue. Now, what was interesting is the participants, when they had the red one, they described it like sweet because of the mental link to things like strawberries. When they had the yellow one, they felt that it had somewhat of like a soury, kind of like a lemony kind of taste to it. They felt this. Okay. And the green, I think they likened the green was second best. They liked that. So they felt that the most sweetest was red, then it was green, then yellow, and then blue is the farthest one. They didn't like that. Most people felt that they didn't like that, the taste of that, even though all of these were tasteless. The blue is interesting, by the way, because blue as a food product is the most loathed because it's close to food. Blue is like when meat has gone off, and we in our evolution have. So I'll tell you what's fascinating. You see, human beings, we have certain things well within our psyche. So one of the colors worldwide that people feel is their favorite color is blue. Like people feel blue is a favorite color. Now, there may be some evolutionary kind of thing about this. And blue actually helps, by the way, it has a psychosomatic effect on putting people to sleep. Whereas red wakes you up. This is why the red pill and the blue pill, because blue is it's meant to kind of has this effect of kind of putting people to sleep whenever they've done placebo studies. Now, what they did is they asked a bunch of, Heinz, many years back, they asked a bunch of, they were changing the color. So they asked a bunch of kids what their favorite colors were. And they said blue. So they thought, let's put ketchup as blue. Now, that was an absolute catastrophic failure because blue, even though people may like it on clothes or on things, they don't like it in food. It just doesn't work. So it's an absolute failure because it's deeply embedded in us that we just don't like blue food. Maybe some cultures adjust to it and they create certain things that's different, but there seems to be, just as red has this kind of danger appeal to it, that's like universal almost. So, right, okay, so coming back to this this experiment where they had these people try out this jelly or this gelatine that was tasteless, and they flavored it, and they said that no, this was sweet, and this was like this, and this was, and this one we liked the least, and this we liked the most. At the end of the experiment, they told the people that this was a placebo, that there was actually, this was tasteless, that there was zero taste in this. This is the same jelly, here it is without the coloring, it's just see-through, there's nothing in it. The participants could not, they do not believe it. Like, they could hear what they're saying, but they said that, but I actually tasted the sweetness. Now, the question is that, was that true for them? Because in what they experienced, was that true? And if it was true, then what is the building block of reality? Because is it the mind, or is it the objective materials? Because the materials there clearly were not corresponding to this person's experience of what is true. And I think that's such a profound discussion for what is true. And I think these things tie into a greater discourse. I know in the past some people have spoken, and with me as well, about some ex-Muslims, and we've had a discussion on when they've said things like, "Oh, when people say, is scripture true?" And I've always said, well, what kind of truth do you mean? Because there's many truths, and they're all true in their own way. One is empirical truth, like you want to measure something. So empirically speaking, that jelly was not, empirically, it did not contain any kind of sweetness or anything that should have activated the sweet senses. So that's from an empirical perspective. Experiential truths, you've got, people will have narratological, people will have metaphorical truths, people will have symbolic truths, people will have even psychosocial truths. The fact that we believe in things, the fact that we believe in laws, we believe in rights, we believe in ambitions, we believe in these are the psychosocial truths. They're not actually empirical. Like how is that? That's not a. So when we're looking at truth, we have to question that. What does it mean? Because at a very simple level, one could say, well, correspondence theory, that, well, if something corresponds to it, then it is true. But in that case, this person's truth did not correspond, but to them, it was 100% real. Now, you could say, well, it's real in their mind, but it's real. But then it comes, most of the world is actually just in our mind. And even if we have created it intersubjectively, but then it's not a naked, sheer objective truth independent of the human perspective. So it just shows the complexities in this discussion and discourse. That's all. I thought that would be interesting to share that. But okay, let's move on, people. Trudeau going back and forth between the stream and fresh and fit. Lol. Okay, I don't know that. Right. Okay, the T. I don't know what the. It's interesting on that, because conditioning, by the way, can override. So you can get conditioned, which will then override your cultural kind of tendencies. Or sorry, maybe you're somewhat of a I don't know whether it's primordial or just general. So let me give you an example. Drinking Coke. Now, you'd never think human beings would ever want to drink water that looks black. That's like, from an evolutionary perspective, I'm sure we would have hated that. But we've got so conditioned to it that when Coca-Cola in the 90s they made a clear Coke. I've forgotten what they called it now, something clear or something. And Pepsi made one as well. And it was a clear failure. They just absolutely failed. because people were now too conditioned, and all of a sudden transparent. You see, water gives a tasteless effect. So when people, this is why people don't like buying drinks that are just see-through, because they don't experience the taste as much, because the mind, the eye sees. And I'll tell you what's fascinating. In Arabic, there is a saying that al-ainu ta'kul. It's a proverb that the eye is what eats. So when you go to like a banquet or you go somewhere and people have got all this food, and the Arabic proverb is al-ain ta'kul, that the eye eats. And it's true, because when something is made so tantalizingly appealing, it adds to the flavor. So when Coke and Pepsi did make it all of a sudden see-through, the sales dropped and it flopped. So they had to turn it back to black, which was actually, the color black is or dark brown is counterintuitive for water, for a drink, because it would be mud. And I'm sure, if it wasn't for all the advertising that went into Coke to condition us all worldwide, I can't remember who was saying, they said that, who was it that was saying once that they said they went to a place where they couldn't find water, but they found Coke. Coke bottle. It's like, so this is isn't there that old movie as well where, what is it, The Gods Must Be Crazy or something, where they throw a Coke bottle from the helicopter or something, and it triggers a series of events. But yeah, so we are now conditioned to accept Coke as black. So we're not neutral on that anymore. So it's very easy to get conditioned, because once you do and the society accepts it, there's an intersubjectivity that kind of endorses it. Cool. Let's move on, people. The world is a garden of terror and happiness. Red and short wavelength colors are better for sleep as they don't interfere with melatonin. That's true. That's why, in the military, when they sleep, they will train the soldiers to sleep with the red light on, because when you kind of, one, it doesn't disturb your sleep, and two, it's easy to adjust to. So if you need to, in an emergency situation, open your eyes, red light is easily adjusted to. So that's why the soldiers, I remember when we were studying, there was an American soldier that came across. He had a whole story to this guy. He'd converted to Islam and went through so much, and just like, whoa. And but part of it, he was also in the army, and then he was in a hell of a lot of trouble, and then he was kind of court-martialed or whatever, and was sentenced to, I think, a year in military prison. And but I remember him telling us the kind of routines and when they had to train, and he would speak of that they had to sleep in a way that their suits, they had to put them out under their sleeping bag, so it's kind of pressed whilst they sleep, and they had to sleep with the red light on, and stuff like it's interesting to see the kind of the training that human beings give to other humans. But yeah, colors like yellow treats depression. Okay, the color yellow helps with depression, and green can help in reducing anxiety. So yeah, it's fascinating stuff. That's why some of the prisons, they now paint them yellow, or some of them, or especially psychiatric wards and stuff like that. They put these bright colors because it affects the person. See, the psychology is just wow, I'm telling you. Guys, what I'm going to do is share the link, and tell you what, let's get people want to jump on. There you go. There you go. Mufti, hope, happy and healthy. Inshallah, shukran, power to the people, much love. And yeah, defo reduces anxiety. It does reduce. Maybe that's evolution as well, because we see so much green. Like, we've also evolved to see the most shades in green, because that's green is the color of nature, isn't it? So that's how we must have evolved, to be able to see the most shades of green. And I think women can see probably more than men, because women just know their colors. Like they'll have like, oh, that's not this, this is this. And you're thinking, okay, as men, we're still like cavemen. Just about pink is like an adaptation. Now it's probably not pink, it's like it's got all these other names. And you're like, we're still, you see, men, we're still on that caveman kind of adapting level. So it's taking us a while. Yeah. So, let me connect this, and people will be getting ready for takeoff. Allahu Akbar. हम जानते तो इश्क न करते किसू के साथ, ले जाते दिल को खाक में इस आरज़ू के साथ. वाह वाह वाह. That's from Mir Taki Mir Sahib. I'm just going to bring this up and connect this if I can. Let me bring it up. Here it is. Right, can't see the. There it is. Okay. Do I have to disconnect my. Where did my phone go? Did I not? Oh, is it connected? Wow. Okay, that's quick. Let me just go double check that. Just go into settings, audio, headphones, test. Yep, that's cool. I can hear it. Excellent, excellent. We've got people. Amin, somebody said women got 20 plus, only 6-7 colors for us men. Yeah, women definitely are much more conscious of colors. They can just, maybe that's an evolutionary thing, so they could tell if food was off, or if it was getting off, or if it was ripe, if it was. Whereas men just, I bring club, here is deer. Sky blue, good day. Whilst the women are having all these like, that's a bit of a teal. Is that teal, or is that turquoise, or is that right? So right, Amin. We've got Amin. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu Sheikh. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Very good.
Where are you joining us from again? Share with us, remind us.
Texas.
Texas. All right.
Previously, yeah. Yeah, just kind of want to talk about the kind of the main theme for today. You know, alaysa subhu biqarib.
Allahu Akbar.
You know,
that is incredibly.
The dawn is.
Honestly, I love that verse. Wallahi, like since I memorized when I was doing hifth, it must have been what, like 99 or something, 1999, something like that. But that verse always hit me, and I always thought it's such an epic title for something like a book. Alaysa subhu biqarib. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying.
So I was saying like, and then you were kind of mentioning how like even in like failure, well, God knows, about your failure. So, but in terms of like God knowing, well, we only kind of, as from our perspective, we only really see that kind of manifest after in the afterlife. So how do we kind of still embrace that spirit of hope in this world, as opposed to like just having it all, manifest itself into hereafter?
Yeah, no, that's incredibly, that's an incredibly important question, and I think you're absolutely right. And in fact, the verses we were just taking a look at today, are focusing on this world, even beginning with alaysa subhu bi qarib, that it's here that it's going to manifest. That is, the darkest hour is before dawn. There will be sunlight. And then that wa alaysa lil insani illa ma sa'a wa anna sa'yahu sawfa yura, that this is that you get what you strive for, so strive for it if you want it. As a, I guess, like as a net to fall back onto, that it depends on the person's attitude and where they are. So if a person is trying to achieve something and they think, well, I want to um I want to do this, I want to get there, then this is the message coming at you. But maybe sometimes you might not be in that, on that kind of level or plateau. You might be looking at things from, oh, I did this and it all went to ruin. And you see, your perspective is different, your attitude is different. You're thinking, well, I was trying to do something good and it all ruined, or I was setting up this project and it failed, or I was doing this, nobody even saw what I did. Because look, it's natural, it is part of our fitrah to want to be acknowledged. There's nothing wrong. There's a verse of the Quran, um, that Allah, on the tongue of prophets, that وَجَعَلْ لِي لِسَانَ صِدْقٍ فِي الْآخِرِينَ, that and make those who come after me speak nicely about me. Because the question here was why? Like, you're dead. Why does it bother you whether people say nice things? Isn't this somewhat egoistic? That if I want people to say nice things about me, and the same there's another verse where there's actually a reprimand that about people yuhibbuna and yuhmadu, that they want to be praised over certain. And here the companions asked, they said to the Prophet, but all of us like to be praised. The Prophet said, no, it's not talking about that. It's talking about people that are deceitfully or arrogantly doing things. And so it was a different context. Now, we want to be acknowledged, and we want our success to be acknowledged. We want us to be acknowledged. We want, you go to, if you've ever, just as an observance, people go to certain, let's say, coffee shops, restaurants, cafes. They go to certain ones. Sometimes, okay, maybe the food is epic. Okay. Sometimes it's not even about that, because it might just be something standard like coffee. Let's say it's just okay, it's nice. Or it's not even about it being epic. And there may be a choice. Like, let's say you've got 4 different shops to go through, and they're relatively of equal distance. You'll note that people will go to places where they walk in, they get acknowledged. Like, you walk in and the guy says, Amin, how you doing? And you just, that acknowledgement, it means a lot. Like, you'll notice, like, you kind of warm up to it. Like, you imagine you walk in today with a friend and you walk into this restaurant and this shop, and the guy from there says, Amin, and you just kind of, and it's just, it's nothing, but it's everything. It's crazy, isn't it?
Mhm.
And I think from that attitude, sometimes we do things, and for some reason, you see, this is now the contingency plan. Plan A was you were going for it. This is the contingency where in those odd circumstances where it kind of all just, nothing to show and it fails, and a person feels that, these verses are to just remind you that, look, to still bring you into some acknowledgement that, look, that God saw you. It didn't go to waste. It wasn't futile. That to try to raise your consciousness to that, well, God was watching me. And I guess it gives you some solace. It makes you feel that, yeah, and it doesn't matter. I tried hard and the rewards are with God then. They haven't actually gone to waste. So it changes the story, because your other story was, oh, this all went to waste. Oh, I wasted 5 years of my life. Oh, I wasted all this money. Oh, I wasted all. See, and this is a downward spiral. So it's taking it up the whole. Actually, you know what? Here it didn't mean anything, but there was goodwill, there was good intention, there were good ambitions. All of that, Allah, the reward is with God. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah. No, and then also like, does it kind of relate to that other verse that you mentioned a few weeks back? Like, Wallahu ma'akum wa la yatirakum a'malakum.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
That's
like,
so true.
yeah.
Yeah, well, it's true because you're right. A lot of these links, they are kind of like linked. Okay. Sorry, a lot of these verses are kind of linked. And because this is what they're doing. They're showing you that spirit
Yeah.
of you keep going. And you got to look at it from a different perspective at times. Sometimes, you're down. Sometimes so you see the verses that, for example, they say in the Quran, if you did something, if you did something wrong, it was your doing. There's verses, if a calamity happens, it was your doing.
Mhm.
Now, let's say you're a person, and there's verses where it says, well, if the calamity, it's written by God. It's not your doing. Like, there's different verses. Now, you see, this is what that superpositional nature of the Quran. You could be, let's say, I'm someone, and you could be someone that has done something wrong. And now we're remorseful. Or we read this and it hits us that, look, actually, you know what? This is, it is your doing. And you think, yeah, you know what? Actually, I wasn't being so smart, and I messed up. And let me try now. Let me try again. Let me try to make amends. Let me try to fix things. Let me try to, set the record straight or realign my trajectory. Now, okay, you could be someone that is, circumstances have hit you. You haven't done anything. The COVID, you lost your job. Let's say a person lost, the markets have kind of like, whatever, dropped, and things have happened. So now it's not your doing. Now here the story is different. It's not about remorse. It's not about, here the story. It's that, well, you see these verses. Well, oh, everything is from God. Like, have patience, persevere, like, just hang in there a little. So you can see them reflecting people's situations. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So, okay, yeah. Was there any other thoughts or comment you'd like to share? And I'll also share the link out for people.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's good. I'm sure there's other topics, but I think we'll just keep on
Sure, man.
here until.
No, I mean, absolutely. It's a pleasure. Take care. Stay blessed. Speak
Absolutely.
soon. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Amin from Texas. All right, Texas. People. Right, I've shared the link. Those of you that want to join, I have put the link there. You can jump on. Right, I don't. There's some questions. What part of the UK do you have? I don't know what that. Right, okay. I don't know what, somebody's speaking about something else. Right, so right, where are we at? Actually, no, Scorpio did ask about the story. You know what? Let's actually try to get this story in, because let's see if we can bring that back in. Right. So before that, actually, I just wanted to say, I just remembered there were a few things that had happened. Um, sad news that I'd received this last week and I seen on social media. One was Amaani. I don't know, those of you that recall, I think from a few years ago, her father had come on or he was on the Monday nights, and he'd mentioned the tragic story that she was diagnosed with a brain tumor. And he was speaking. We spoke about it in that episode. And ever since, I'd been following their pages, and always, when I would see something, make dua for her. And she has sadly passed away. after a long, difficult battle, courageous battle against the brain tumor. And may Allah make it easy on her family. May Allah grant her an elevated maqam in Jannatul Firdaus. I'm certain of that. I mean, people that face these struggles in their lives, that is true shahada and martyrdom in the battle of existence. Okay. And they are a symbol of strength and courage. I mean, and anybody that's going through things like that, may Allah make it easy for them. I mean, yeah. Right. Yeah. On that note, speaking of tragedies, I'd also come across locally within Birmingham, just within a few miles from here, some deaths, killings, okay, knife crime, some young men, Muslim. One of them, Sohail, I believe his name is. It's these, first of all, any of these victims, I make dua for them. May Allah, one, bless their afterlife. I mean, I don't know this young man myself, but I saw these pictures going around, and it's heartbreaking. Wallahi, may Allah make things easy for his parents. That what is happening to these young people? What on earth is happening? This is here, I'm talking about in Alam Rock, right, in Birmingham. And stabbed this poor man to his death. I don't know what, maybe some kind of gang thing, I don't know, but I read something about it being from the Somali community and stuff like what is happening? I mean, first and foremost, honestly, these people, just think the tragedy his mother is going through. May Allah make it easy for her. I mean, the father, just think, a few weeks back I was reading, there was this other, there was this influencer, this girl, and she had, I don't know, there's some incident where two young men had been killed in some collision. And I was just reading the eulogy that the dad had wrote. And I think the girl has been charged with murder or something, and a few others with her. But you see, I don't know about, and I'm not interested in. I read this part of the eulogy, and it just put a stake in my heart. Honestly, like the dad said that I would never have imagined, like he's addressing his son, to be burying you. Like, as a parent, can you imagine that? And these things are going on. People, knife crime. What on earth is happening? Seriously, I mean, this is all communities and people. I was seeing these messages, people saying this community, they're saying, well, oh, some people from this, they all look, all of these communities are amazing communities. They have talent, they have, they have so much, so many values. We have that. You look at the Somali community, it's a beautiful community, amazingly talented people, so intelligent. And the youth falling to this kind of knife crime. The Pakistanis, our thing. I mean, there needs to be a collective shift. That what is going on? And it has to come from people that are older to them, that are elder, that are their elders. People that when they see these people just hanging on streets, those people that have some sphere of influence need to do that. They need to step up. And those people, I'm not saying to strangers, obviously, if you don't know them, then you can't just go up to them, but people that do. So the people that do live around those areas that are seen as senior to these, let's say, youngsters that hang about, that the youngsters would, they would have the ears of these youngsters. They need to get them off these goddamn streets. Get them into some startups, get them into some projects, get them into some business. What is it with I mean, seriously, the amount of money that people make. Yes, there's money in drugs, but there is equally the same amount of money in a business if you're going to put that much time and effort into it. Seriously, it shatters my heart when I see these things. Wallahi, I think like, what is the most sacred thing we have is life. The most sacred. To the extent that Allah says that consider that you woke up tomorrow and life no longer existed. Human life. That's what your one killing equates to. That's what it equates to in the eyes of God. Not in your eyes, but in the eyes of God. And to have blood on your hands, that is a sacrilege of the worst kind. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there's a hadith that somebody asks the Prophet that what will the afterlife be like? Like, somebody says like, will I be able to get through to bliss? Like, will I be able to make it? I'm not sure if I'm a good person, or I'm not sure. Nobody's a saint. And the Prophet, he kind of like puts his hand on him and consoles him. He says to him that you've got this. And he said that I am there, that my whole mission is for you and for the universal you. I'm here for you, the Prophet said. I've vouched till the nth degree to get you through. Whatever you need to get through. MALM tamastaman. So long as your hands don't have blood on it. It is, honestly, it's, you see this, you see vibrant life being snatched. Over what? Over drugs, over... May Allah make it easy, honestly. Because you kind of drive through these places, you see people, you think, I wonder how these people's parents are coping. May Allah make it easy for them. Amin. Damn, honestly, it's really... And I feel this is a collective responsibility. The people who have the ears of the young, they need to kind of put them in their place. Not in a bad way. I don't mean like abuse them aggressively, but they need to, if they have your attention, you need to guide them. They need role models. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna share the link. Right. Let me share the link, people. There you go. I'll get you guys on. Let me just... All right, who have we got here? Khani. All right, let me add Khani to the stream. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, Mufti. How are you?
Right, I'm good. Where are you joining us from, Khani? Again,
I'm from Bradford.
Mashallah. I gotta say, I'm loving the style of the beard. Is that like a samurai ponytail at the back?
Oh,
did I catch it? I like it. I do like it, mashallah. That's epic, man.
Turned into a bit of a...
How are you keeping? Share some thoughts with us. What's on your mind, Khani?
Alhamdulillah. I mean, let's not go what's on my mind, but let's go with the topic that you're talking about, inshallah. Sure,
man. Sure. Talk to me, man. Well, it's these things. It's the same thing, man. You're from Bradford. You know what's going on. It does kind of it hurts to kind of see it. Yeah.
It does, and it's painful to see as well. There's a lack. There's a big lack of community, even though a place like Bradford, which is heaving with community, influence, masajid on every corner, but you see the help's not there. The frustration you can see inside the youth's eyes. They just don't know how to talk about it, air their concerns. They just want to do something about the world, but they just don't know what to do. So they just sit about just bubbling.
Yeah, it's true, man. And what do you think is the? I mean, obviously the money is an allure, and then it's like the flashy. You know, the videos bring the kind of. They obviously make it look very appealing and glamorous. That this kind of the whole drug dealing and that kind of the whole gang. I mean, actually, the gang thing, I don't even know what the appealing thing is with that. The kind of postcode stuff. This is just
there is.
Is there a glamour to that?
There is glamour, but it's not what it seems like. There's an illusion of glamour. It's not actual glamour. There's something there which we really kind of admire. This bravado, this sort of bravery, this kind of, I don't know, you can call it balls if you can.
Yeah, no, there is, because we always admire courage and strength.
Yes, courage. But courage is
but we need something to fight for, not a postcode.
Exactly. They don't have, unfortunately.
Like, what the hell is a postcode?
Yeah,
what
exactly.
the hell is that? Like a Royal Mail? I mean, what is it?
I'm gonna piss on this line right here, and you're not gonna cross it, and all that kind of.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any. It's like that. You see, this is what I'm saying. That when I said, look, all these communities, look, whether it's going to be obviously our own Pakistani community, whether it's Indian, Bengali, whether you've got the Somali, the Arab, you know what? Look, we have something, as it is in essence. We have our cultures. It is ummatun wahida in a sense. We have this whole thread between us. People have talent. You see, like talent, and they have this will as well. They want to, like you said, they want to do something. They've
got fire. It's a fire,
exactly. Yeah. But what do we set ablaze though? Where should we? This is the problem, and
it's unfortunately it's like I says, lack of guidance. It's lack of social sort of involvement. I blame myself first of all, but I mean you can't blame the parents as well in a sense.
No, I'm not. I think it's not. It's like there's a
cultural sort of baggage that they're carrying with them. They don't know what to do with it. It's like, they're aware of it. There's a conscious awareness of this sort of toxic cultural baggage, but they don't know how to just shred it, how to get rid of it.
In schools, let's say in schools, in colleges, they started to teach kids to be more kind of business savvy, like to set up businesses, to do stuff, to obviously that's not how education is geared, because it's not interested in education. Is trying to make you for the work industry. It's not trying to make you into an entrepreneur or make you into, but if it did, maybe something like that would give people a direction. I remember reading once that Elon Musk, he'd said that he said that drug dealers have a much better idea of how to run a business than maybe 95% of university professors.
Absolutely.
Like they would know how, obviously, because they would know how to run a business, and a professor is like, what the hell do I do?
They can take risks.
Yeah, they can take risks, but it's not even, they have the risk thing. Absolutely, you need that enterprising, but even like how to do, you know what, I'll get one person to do this. They get these runners to do this. They get this, they organize, they manage, they try and watch out for the police. They try to, there's like a whole career that there's a whole life in that the whole world in that
This
little
is
life.
Mufti. Unfortunately, this is what adds to our despair. You see, because our generation have let down this group of youth, and I honestly, I really kind of we can't shed that off because we are responsible. My school teachers were absolute pillars. They sacrificed the amount of crap they took from us. I mean, in our area, we had something like just the majority of schools were just packed full of just Asians, to be honest, just um, the subcontinent. So
Yeah.
when watching this kind of Christian type of belief with this curriculum and this kind of they had these assemblies, they had this love kind of thing. They had, you know, everyone was welcome. I mean, I keep talking about this, but we grew up in a school where, you know, black, white, Asian, mixed, everything was just so a perfect just mixture.
Yeah.
And because you're in nursery and you're young and you kind of have that innocence about you, you see each other as brothers and sisters. Now, I don't know where we lost track of that or what happened to them
Yeah.
teachers or whether, you know,
You
who
know,
gave up on
as I
us or
said,
what.
good, you know,
But
to
it's
add
when
to that,
someone gives up. Yeah.
yeah. No, to add to that, Khanji, I was going to say that there's, I remember like years ago, I used to teach in secondary schools, and I remember having a discussion as well with, he was an English teacher, great guy, white lad. Quite old, senior. I mean, he was retiring one of those years, so you can see he'd spent like 30 plus years in the entire teaching profession, and he was telling me that because we were speaking about primary school, like when I was in primary school and stuff like this, and he was highlighting to me that, you know, back then he said that teaching in the, like, so for example in the 80s and maybe like early 90s, but he said like in that era, especially the 80s going into the early 90s, he said that the teaching profession was a middle class profession. So the people that went into it were from these kind of middle class backgrounds that want to make a difference.
Yeah.
And they're doing it more for the passion, and they're already kind of from okay, stable, you know, reasonably, you know, not maybe not like really wealthy, but at least okay to do kind of backgrounds.
Yeah.
What happens is after that, he said, like, especially towards the late 90s, moving forward, this just becomes like a general working class profession. Like they just need teachers. So people are coming in it just, and they're churning them out. Like they're coming in, and usually I think the kind of the kind of expiration of a teacher's career is usually was, I don't know, when I left it, it's almost been about 10 years now, but at that point it was something like within 5 years a teacher would leave. So that's like the kind of turnaround. So you've got people coming in, going out, coming, and obviously other factors are changing as well. I do accept that there's more, you know, inner city schools, the way they kind of, you know, kind of developing and stuff. But I think, but that must have had some impact. That there's a difference between when somebody wants to do something because you believe in it, and between I've got to do this for just to make this money, and then the bureaucracy is so mad as well that you got to tick this box. Have they made this curriculum? Have they done this thing? You know, it's like it's teaching is partially a nightmare.
Isn't
Yeah,
this that institutionalization sort of
it
debate
is.
again, isn't it?
Yeah. You're right, 100%. Yeah, I remember when we were kids. Like, you see, some of my fondest memories of anything to do with education were just primary school. And when I think back, we used to just be doing things like they used to tell us stories. We used to play games. We used to learn as well, like read and stuff. But it was so kind of smooth and kind of spaced out. And now they do all this stuff. They do like so much and testing and like it's like they've got to make sure, assess each term, each half term,
Yeah,
madness.
it's becoming a lot robotic in a sense. But I mean, I'm not involved in the teaching sort of game, so I don't really know what's going on there. But I see what's on the streets and I see it in their eyes, and I just don't know. It's like there's like an anguish there inside that what is it that I or anyone else or, you know, like what can we do about, you know, looking at
What
this
do you
person,
think of this? Somebody mentioned it here as well. What do you think of this whole? What do you make of this whole drill music? Do you think that contributes to kind of glorifies this kind of culture thing, or what do you think of that?
I've lost sound for some reason. I don't
Oh,
know
right.
what.
Sorry. I said, no, I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Oh, we've lost Khan G right there. Just gone out. Must have been his internet connection. I'll share the link nevertheless. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I agree. I want to get other people's thought on it as well. I don't like this whole drill music scene, and it's very right. We've got Khan Saab is back. Let me just add him. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
All right. So, all right. Did a quick wardrobe there. I like it.
That's it. Yeah, I had my top there, so I just thought.
Yeah. So, so yeah, somebody had asked a question here that here it is that look at the origin of drill music. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, on drill music?
Not really into drill music. All I know is hip hop and
no, I meant, do you think it contributes to this culture?
No, I mean it's poetry and rap. I mean, you can tell which drill bars are toxic bars and which drill bars are, you know, what makes sense. What's poetry?
This is why I wanted. This is why I want to ask someone, because I don't really listen to it. So my argument, or even you know, my kind of view of it is, for the most part, from a position of ignorance, because I've just seen some clips come up like on YouTube or come up on Instagram, and I don't really like the whole kind of culture that they're kind of showing, the whole pop and they're doing all this kind of, and it's glorifying that kind of this is what but that might just be some clips that I've only seen, and maybe a bulk of it is actually not like that. So
a lot of it is, but I think it's done in ignorance. It's just done in as like you know, because it rhymes kind of thing, because it looks cool. Ooh, I'll say this, will I get away with it? It's just trying to show what can I say, just
that kind of macho bravado.
Yeah, macho bravado.
Just basically like rapping.
Yeah. But I mean, you can tell with some of these lyrics that, you know, debase women and, you know, absolutely just, you know, totally throw them in the gutter. That you can tell some of these bars are just,
because if it's just centered, fixated on this kind of gang killing culture, it's not, to me, you see, the question is, if it's what I'm just weary of is, you know, young people, like they make, like all of us, we make our world within our head. And if their world just gets trapped within, this is how the world is, like everybody's killing each other and everybody's fighting over postcodes and it's not, but if that becomes their world, then it's difficult to escape it. And they need to, and I think part of this as well is maybe branching out into, you know, like it's difficult, but let's say if parents can with environment as well. Because I think the environment, like if you give, because children and young people, they learn firstly, and this was, you know, Vygotsky was a famous kind of educationalist that who highlights this, that they learn primarily from their peers, not from adults. So people used to think that children learn from adults. They do learn a certain amount from adults, but they actually learn and they take much more from their peers, and he called this the ZPD, the zone of proximal difference. So because they are closer to them, they accept it from them. So they're the same age, and they look. So if a parent can, let's say, get his children, like maybe take them to certain other, like whilst they're growing up, like let's say he makes them participate in certain social kind of clubs, do something maybe in a different community as well, different area, neighborhood as well, different things, get them just going. Like maybe there's maybe there's like this kind of Muslim, like people used to have I don't know if it's still running, a Muslim Boy Scout and a Muslim Girl Scout.
Oh, absolutely. I pushed for this. I pushed for this back in the days, Yeah, I was really involved with sort of youth work and trying
Oh,
to get
wow.
this.
Okay.
This youth center was closing down, and they wanted to the mosque next door wanted to buy it, and they were selling it for like 200,000. So they were like rushing everyone to buy, and we had already had like £1 million project going on for building the masajid. But the thing was that they were so desperate to buy it that they didn't really consider that it had to close because the funding was finished, so they wanted to close the place. Now, everyone walks around with some fikr, and I really believe this, that whatever you worry and concern yourself about, and if it's a good intention, Allah will come and bring people in your path to sort
You
of
know, absolutely.
help
And
you
I
with that.
think just today I was speaking to um, Imran from Bearded Bros, and he was just speaking about the food bank. I had no idea, by the way, how large his food. I think it's called Salma Food Bank, and there was something I just thought, wow, because he said it and it really hit me. He was speaking about how people volunteer, and most of the volunteers are non-Muslim, and they've got like I think over 700 volunteers throughout the country. But there was something which I really liked, and I thought I want to do this with my daughters. Is he said that what they do is if you volunteer, and you could volunteer as little or as much as you like. He said, like you have to. I don't know the logistics of how you collect the food or whatever, but when they tell you that such and such person is in need and you can go give it, that you could take your child with you. Like not in a disparaging way, not to kind of like, but obviously you're taking some actual food to give to which appears normal people, and your child kind of partakes in this because it it really, even if it's like a one-off, like even if a person is doing this like once every 2 months, once every 3 months, still even then it's something the child will grow up with. Like it's a
massive.
real world, and it's massive. I honestly, I heard this and I was like, wow, you know what, wallahi, I was like, in my heart I was thinking straight away, you know what, I want to definitely try to, at least, even if I can, even if it's it doesn't matter if I'm busy, but something with just take my daughters to kind of along to just be a part of the experience of the human kind of collective and compassion, giving and helping. Yeah.
But then again, deep sighs, like what's that saying? It takes a whole village to what do they say about raising sort of it takes
to raise someone. Yeah.
In a good kind of environment. It
True.
takes a whole. I've seen aspects of that. I used to see that when I was younger, that there's community spirit, there was all this sort of thing, but it really shakes me to my core when I see that's missing today. And then it kind of brings me down a few levels because I feel as though our generation, I'm talking about myself specifically, that we haven't done enough. Like we haven't been there for like when we were growing up, there was uncles and they had like things going on, we'd look up to them, and some good, some bad, but you kind of learned the lesson of each one. And then but today who do they have? Yeah, who do they have today?
May Allah make it easy, man. Well, that's you know what, Khan Saab, it's been epic, man.
I don't know why I came on. I was just I wasn't feeling well the last couple of days.
I'm glad. No, may Allah give you shifa, Amin, and even better strength and vigor than you had before, Amin. So, but I appreciate it, man. Take care. Get well soon.
Take care, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Khan from Bradford. Really some heartfelt discussion there, and a lot of sincere kind of compassion being felt. And yeah, it was the right frequency, and I'm really glad he came on because I was I was in that kind of state of mind, and it was good to bounce those thoughts. Right, we've got AR K Ghauri. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mufti Sahib, how are you?
I'm good. Ghauri Sahib, where are you joining us from?
Can you remember my name? You've played, I think, 1,000 times a meme on my name.
On your name?
Yeah.
Ghauri.
Yeah, exactly. Even before he passed away, you used to play it, and then I used to show my mom, and I was like, that Khalid Rizvi, my dad used to, cuss the shit out of Khalid Rizvi, rahmatullah alayhi, may Allah have mercy. But may Allah have mercy. So how are you, man?
I'm good. Where are you joining us from, by the way?
I'm from Germany. Yeah.
Germany. Wow.
Yeah.
All
I'm from Germany.
right.
So yeah,
Right.
it is really funny because I'm actually following your live stream, I think every week since years, and I've always wanted to come on the show, but somehow I never got the chance to come on. And then of course
Maybe this whole thing is designed just to arrive at this very moment for you.
Exactly. And then
Allah.
and today I had a really bad day. I just woke up middle of the night and I saw that you're on, and I put it on, and I saw the link, and I'm like, let's just click on it, and it actually worked. Like, it's
Well, you know what? Well,
fascinating.
tomorrow is another day, and it will be, inshallah, I'm sure, spectacular and
Inshallah.
amazing.
Inshallah.
Even if today was a little down. Hota hai, chalta hai. You know, some days. What does he say? He says, Lambi hai gham ki sham, magar sham hi to
hai. I'm a big fan of John Hillier as well, actually. So yeah. Mufti Saab, I have the funny thing is why I have been following you since years is because we have although I do not know you privately and you do not know me, I believe we have a very similar approach in our Islamic lives, I think, because I've in just a few words, I've grown up in Germany. I'm born and raised in Germany, and I started doing hifz. I finished at the age of 11 at that time. And then I went to England to study Islam. So I did in a madrasa.
England.
Yeah. So I did my alim course in a madrasa over there.
Alim course. Wow. Okay.
So when I finished, I went to Medina and Mecca, to Al-Qura and Jamia Islamia.
And wow, you've been to Al-Qura. Wow, you're just full of surprises. I'm like,
you're
just topping each thing.
आपको भी देख के कहते हैं ना कि शक्ल से नहीं लगता है, मुझे भी यही कहते हैं।
कहते यार शक्ल पे मत जाइएगा. It's like obviously this.
When I found you, I told people इसको भी देख लो. सिर्फ मैं भी हूँ, ये भी है. So I swear, when I found you, I was like, thank God there is someone. And I'm like, this guy even wears earrings. I don't know where wear them.
I've stopped wearing them.
I noticed that.
I occasionally I'll put it on.
मैंने अपने सारे रिश्तेदारों को दिखाया कि भी देखो मुफ्ती साहब ने छोड़ दी ये रिंग. अब तो सुन लो उनको. शक्ल
You know what? Because masla ye tha ke if I'm speaking, people are just being distracted. Oh, earring.
Exactly,
I want them to hear what I'm saying, so it doesn't matter. I'll take it off. Acha. So you were saying I'm not the only one. There's a verse of the Quran that the Malikiya use when they say that if a person is, let's say, a person is a particular criminal or he's something. He's been convicted for something. He can't be a witness for somebody of the same crime. So let's say theft. Like if a person was he'd been convicted for theft, he can't testify for theft. And they said they used this verse of the Quran that وَلَنْ يَنْفَعَكُمُ الْيَوْمَ أَنَّكُمْ فِي الْعَذَابِ مُشْتَرِكُونَ. That today in the afterlife, it won't help you that you're in it together. They said that this means in the dunya, it did used to mean something to you when somebody else is in it with you. So when you used to say, when you say, yaar, sirf मैं अकेला थोड़ी घूम रहा हूँ. इनको देखिए यहाँ पे.
But yeah, it was my views also like yours, like they have changed a lot, because I went through different patterns in my life. And I remember there were a few things, like even in my studies in London, of course, like you, I do respect my asatiza. They've done, at the end of the day, the madrasa has taught us a lot as well. So the people who taught us Quran and Hadith, we will never look down upon them. They had good intentions, but of course, like you said, you do not come out of the institution, and somehow you realize that. I remember there was one incident in madrasa. I think I was in Arabi Som or something, or in something like that. And I remember I was sitting there, and the Hadith came up that I think was in Bukhari that Aisha radiallahu anha treated. There was a man who came with like quite good clothes and stuff, and she invited him in and gave him some food, this and that, and served him. And then when he went away, another day passed, and there was a beggar or something who came in, and she gave him something on the door, and gave that to him and said bye to him or something. And I asked myself, I went to the teacher and I asked him, I'm like, but I find that to be injustice. And he said, why? And I said, how can she give the poor man just something and tell him to go? Not in a bad way, but what? And the other one, she told him to come in. And that, I remember he refused to answer my question. And I was not taking it, you know? And then I was disrespectful.
I won't be having it. I won't be having it.
I'm like, how can that be? Because it's not anyone. I'm like, because it's not anyone, it's Aisha, right? And the same thing with the age. I was just not biting it. I was like, I can't believe this. And I used to say the same thing all over again. They used to be like, haan, lekin ye to Nabi Pak. And I'm like, lekin, that's the thing, ye to Nabi Pak, you know? It can't be. So, you know, all those things and stuff. So with time, alhamdulillah, you know, I evolved, and I changed in a lot of things, my perspective, researched and stuff. Wow. And then when I found you, I was like, thank God I'm not the only one who has these kind of dalail in his mind, you know, for some things. Wow. It was a relief, alhamdulillah, to see you. And it was really like about the beard, everything, you know. Yeah. It was
I'm really glad to even hear all of this and to learn of your journey. I think this your whole journey and this interaction, we have to make a show out of this on its own. Right,
really, it's unbelievable, because you know we had, you and me, you probably didn't do it as desperate as me, but I have been on incidents. Mufti Sahib, I was invited to a wedding in London from a former Mufti Sahib. Maybe you even know him, but I'm not going to take his name. So I was invited, and my beard was quite short. Now, Mufti Sahib, you won't believe what I did. I went there only because he told me, and he was insisting so much that I had to go there. Now, because I knew all the other ones are ulama, and they're going to say I'm gumrah because I have a short beard. By God, I actually went there, and this is like 8 years ago, and I bought a beard.
What do you mean by bought a beard?
Plucked it here.
How do you buy a beard? What is that?
Yeah,
like
you have to go to the yeah. And I plucked it here, so it looks a bit. And I went to a makeup artist so they can, you know. And I was like, and today I swear down, and today, when I think about it, I don't tell anyone because I'm so embarrassed. I'm like, what the? But then again, Mufti Sahib, how sad you have to actually remember. How desperate do I have to be to do that?
Yeah.
Spending money
that is
to actually just like, I'm not going to see these people ever again on that wedding, but just to be like, I'm not gumrah, just to prove to them I'm not gumrah. So it's like unbelievable.
What is it you do? What is it you do now in Germany, if you don't mind me asking? Is it anything linked to the Islamic stuff?
I used to do, alhamdulillah, a lot of talks. I was a khatib, but I used to like do the Jummah every week, and you know, do the khutbah in German. And I've done, alhamdulillah, through the whole of Germany and Austria and Switzerland. I've done a lot of talks. I was even in some, you know, I did this a long time. I've done like personal mistakes, of course, in my life as well, which lead you to what happens is, I think no one knows better than you that sometimes what you come to know is that it is not allowed for alim to do mistakes the way normal people do, because we people see us as role models. So when you stand there and give a talk, you're not allowed to maybe date a girl. You're not allowed, because you are the light. You are for them. And
so
that is actually what happened to me in one verse. I did my mistakes, I did my sins, and I seek forgiveness from Allah.
No, but people
took me down.
No, what I would say to people is that, look, be very as close, be as human as you possibly can in your whatever your kind of role is, this tender, this kind of whatever you're doing, be as transparent or as close to transparency and truth as you can. So for example, if you, let's say somebody, I'm just saying, if you are somebody, and this isn't you, but I'm just saying this, let's say you are a Maulana who smokes weed and does some other drugs, let's say, or smokes weed.
Yeah.
Don't be going around dedicating sections and fatwa and all this to the discussion of weed and telling people you're going to go to hell if you're smoking weed. Don't do that, because that is then hypocritical.
Yeah.
If somebody asks you about weed, I would assume, and this is not you, this is that you, I would assume would be actually in a compassionate position to advise that, look, even though Islam, let's say you're of the view, let's say most people are of the view it's haram. I feel it's not, it's discouraged, but maybe not haram. But let's say people are of the view it's haram. So they could say, look, even though Islam says this is haram, a lot of people have got caught up in it. Let's all make dua for them, and just be like as close to, okay, maybe you don't want to, maybe the person doesn't want to say, by the way, I smoke weed, but try to be as close to being real. Like, okay, think that, damn, it is a bad thing, because remember, these people believe it's haram. So they're thinking, look, actually, I'm doing something which is wrong. But okay, they don't need to go, and I'm not saying start having this confession thing, but just be real. Just say that, maybe be compassionate. Say, yeah, you know what, this is a problem, and damn, and it's like, just raise the concerns, be real. Don't. So if a person, that's what I'm saying, where people are, the problem is the stark hypocrisy. When a person starts preaching about being just purely angelic, look, any kind of, look, if you're a Maulana Sahib, you're already held to a higher standard of ethics here.
Exactly.
So now people will create a big deal. Like, they will create a big deal every time they see you, let's say, smoking a cigarette. Now, most ulama don't feel cigarette is haram, but if you start smoking a cigarette, people say, oh my God, look, Maulana Sahib ja rahe hain, cigarette, look at this, he's doing this. So people will do that anyway. A normal person, they wouldn't care. So obviously these things are, even with people are held to a higher, the other thing is that nobody's going to be perfect. So they're not saints. But when they start drawing this picture of saying, oh my God, you're going to, you know what, if you take interest, you're going to go to hell. But then he's got his own house on, let's say, this is where the problems come in, because this is what makes it worse. Yes, people will do drama anyway. Look, people, if they catch you smoking a cigarette, now that's not even harm, they'll do drama over that. I remember, me, I used to be very openly that, look, I'm not, being this kind of sanctimonious. I'm not trying to be pious. In fact, I used to say that I'm not a pious person. But I remember once, a few years back, somebody had a fallout with me at the time. May Allah bless him.
Amin.
Bless his heart. Amin. But chalo ho jata hai nadani mein. People, it happens. I don't hold no kind of, don't bear no kind of grudges. The thing is, at the time, he'd had some fallout, and he shared some jokes of a WhatsApp where I had some audio recordings, and in the audio recording, I'm swearing as well. So it's in Urdu, and I'm just saying, ban, beep, 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 whatever. And I'm saying so, and I'm laughing as well. But so he decides to share this as a, and this
I know.
Yeah, so this becomes like, this becomes drama, because, oh my God, he is a Mufti who's swearing. And you think, well, obviously everybody swears. And I've never said that I don't swear, but obviously there's propriety. I wouldn't swear like in front of children. I wouldn't swear like on whilst I'm being recorded. I wouldn't do stuff. That was a private voice. No, it wasn't like a public thing.
It's designed
but anyway,
to make you look that way, of course.
People will do drama anyway, even though I had a fatwa saying that, look, swearing in and of itself is not haram. Causing harm is haram. So when I swear at you to harm you, that is haram. Just using, like, if somebody just said, what's the effing time? What What effing day is it? Like this isn't like at anyone. Just using swears is not haram. It may not be encouraged, it may not be a nice thing, but it's not haram. So even though I've got that fatwa saying this, and I'm saying, look, I'm not pious, it's still made sensational news that, oh my God, here's this Mufti swear. So people will theatricize it and dramatize it anyway. Unko was like moka chahiye, but even then, imagine I had been preaching to people, don't swear. If you swear, you're going to hell. And then I'm swearing. This is what makes it worse. This kind of hypocrisy.
Yeah. But the funny thing is, you know, I have a fatwa. I always say, you know, as you said, swearing when it becomes it's like wala taqul lahuma uff, you know. So it's like if uff becomes a word which is used for other things, it's not uff, you know. So it's like I always say
exactly.
that ban word is so normal in that Punjabi language that is actually considered as nothing.
Exactly. And the point is that, look, certain words, it's in a cultural setting. Like, so obviously in a certain context, to certain people, swearing is normal. Depends what kind of swearing. Obviously, we have, you know, adab, propriety. Like people don't swear in front of their parents. I would never swear in front of my parents, even now. I might swear in front of friends, but I wouldn't swear like in front of my kids. I wouldn't swear in front of. I think once actually, I think once Zozo, my little one, heard me say, she's like, she's like, you said the F word. I was like, no, I'm sure I was saying something. No, you.
You are an easier target. That's the thing, because you are even online and everything. Like, for example, it made me so angry, Mufti. You won't believe. Maybe it made me more angry than you that time. Although it's your picture, you know, when they made that Sunni defense of some bullshit video against you, and they had your picture with like golden chains and that thing and that and I looked at it and I was like, and they said Islam according to Abu Layth, and I was like, you really think he's gonna go out that way every day and it's gonna look like that? Of course he's not. But the thing is,
that wasn't my real picture. I mean, it was my real.
I know. Of course, I know. They edit. Yeah, I know. But they edited it, and I was like, look, what you're trying to tell people that this man is going around and doing drugs, and what the hell do you know about his private life? You know, so it's just like they take.
What I say is that, look, you know what, people honestly are. I guess we all are, as insan, the journey that we are all hurting, and some more than others. And you know, now when I see these people, I see hurting souls. And honestly, wallahi, and may Allah heal them. Amin. May Allah give them solace. Amin. May He kind of cure people. Because, you know, I do get it. Look, you know, with time, I did say this on one of my videos a few weeks back. I said there was a time where if you asked me, I would have said that I don't believe any of these people are sincere or blah, 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 blah. I said that, you know what, but in hindsight, I kind of correct myself. I actually do believe now that, I don't know about in everything, but in many things, these people, in their own way, may be very sincere. But it's just that it's a misplaced love. Like, you know, you said earlier on about the Maulana Saab, he wants this fistful beard, because it's the sunnah of the Prophet. Now, this is his excessive love for the Prophet, let's say. And that's highly admirable. And we think, wow, you know, like the person loves the prophets that much.
But don't push it on others.
It becomes misplaced. Like what you do is you start looking down on other people that don't have it. Like you think, you know what, this is where one could almost say the devil has the better of him. That, you know, you've taken a nice act and it's like taking charity. You're going to help someone, but you look down on them. Look at you. You've ruined it. You've ruined everything. In fact, you shouldn't have even done it. Yeah, so
As
that's
you said, you can show your excessive love. That's absolutely okay, but don't
absolutely,
shove it up on others. So
yeah.
because I remember I was reading a book and it said ek pata nahi buzurg the, and that old wise guy, he had so much love for Allah, that he never used to wear black socks. I was like, and then it said.
What? I think I missed a whole season there.
So
That's confused even the angels. They're like, yaar, ye kaun si shariat ke mutabik chal raha hai yaar?
No, he never
Which
used
shariat?
He never used to wear black socks because the color of the Kaaba is black. Although the stones of Kaaba are not black, but the kapda of Kaaba is the cloth
Kiswa,
is black.
is black.
So but I'm like, okay, nice
See,
for you.
I would never have clocked that.
Yeah.
Acha, wahan se jod kiye hain. He's got like he's made the link from the.
I remember Hamari Maulana Sahib, the local imam, and I went to him, and they had hats, and there was a guy who gave charity. As a charity, he gave a lot of hats, and he was from Indonesia. And sometimes our Indo-Pak or even the Arabs, they don't take Malaysian Muslims, Indonesian Muslims seriously because they think they don't exist. Although Indonesia is the biggest Islamic country in the world, but they don't like.
Because when they look at them, one, they don't have big beards because those bichare don't have any hair.
Exactly.
There was, when I was studying in madrasa, there was this Thai guy with us. There was a lot of Thai students.
Binori town mein kafi
yeah,
hai.
Binori, there's a lot of Thai students, and there was this one guy who just had this one hair, and one thing, they don't seem to age. Like you guess their age, they'll be like 40 something, and they look like they're just 20 or 22. They look, because so he just had this one hair, right, and it fell out one day. He was so heartbroken. I was thinking, yaar, you know what? Ye le lo, yaar. Ye le lo. Take it from me.
Mujhe na aap uska number de. I'll give him I'll give him the contact of the shop in London I went to for the wedding.
Yeah.
To put my beard on. So it's like they have been, they look down upon them. So he brought a full of like a lot of hats. They were out of straw. So usne kaha ki bhai ye topiyan rakh lo, take these hats and give them to people who come to pray namaz and salah and everything. So the Imam Sahib said okay. So they didn't say anything to his face. Everyone was like Jazakallah, Jazakallah. So he went. And then Imam Sahib was like, no, don't put them out. And people were like, why? And he said, no, they're out of straw. It's makruh to wear them. And I was like, I looked at him, and I wasn't, and I didn't do my course then. And I was like, why did he say that? The guy borrowed it out of love. It's a topi. It's okay. So he said, nahi makruh, because you wouldn't wear that in front of your in front of a president as well. So why are you wearing in front of Allah in salah? A straw hat, who would do that? And and then
see that's the good. You see now, actually, that's another fine example instantiated where it's actually a good thing. Like the value is good, but it's misplaced.
Exactly,
because the value is saying, look, you should venerate God.
Yeah,
which is true, and that's like an incredible value. But then you're saying, look, oh my God, it's as though you're saying Allah's going to say, what the hell have you come here dressed like a tramp? This is like, but that doesn't make any sense, because Allah, obviously, whether you're naked or clothed, it doesn't make any sense to God.
And I remember at that time I stood there, although I didn't study and stuff, but I was like, my common sense. I remember there was a premiere of Johnny Depp of some film, and he was wearing a straw hat of Gucci. And I said that to the Maulana. I said that, I didn't say Johnny Depp, but I said, lekin agar main 500 euro ka straw hat, I would take a straw hat out of for like 500 euros from a designer. Like, would you say the same? And he looked at me and he's like, Inshallah, baad mein baat karte. So it's like it's
wow. I was just seeing some of these break. I'll just come to that. But Ghauri, Maulana Sahib, you know what? It's been epic. Drop me a message on Instagram and we'll connect as well. Okay,
Inshallah,
so
I would
drop
love
me a
to.
message. And what is that? Abdurrahman, is it? AR?
Yeah, Abdurrahman.
Abdurrahman, epic. So drop me a message and we'll connect.
Barakallahu feek. It was really a
But
pleasure.
yeah,
In 3 years, I've been waiting for that.
No, it's
Barakallahu
much.
feek.
Well, it's been awesome. Allah bless you, people. That was Maulana Abdurrahman Ghauri from Germany. All right, I see. Also, there's been some breaking news. Whoa. Okay, since we've been on here, gunfire and explosions heard in Kyiv moments after Putin declares invasion. Has Putin declared an invasion of what the hell? Here's me saying now he definitely won't invade Ukraine. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, God, ya salam, may Allah make things easy. We've got, you know what, we'll also try to wrap this a bit. We've got Wilkins, all right, and we've got somebody else waiting as well. So let's add Wilkins, who's been here. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great.
All right. God, what have you done in Ukraine, Wilkins? What's going on?
Well, I'm gonna go to Georgia, so it's kind of next door.
Oh my God! Oh yeah, are you going to Georgia in spite of all of this?
Tomorrow, yeah, I'm going to Georgia tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh damn, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Right now, Russia doesn't seem to be the direction to head in, but
yeah. I mean, what's interesting. I was gonna say what's funny, but I don't mean funny. But what's interesting is about a month ago when I set my intentions to go to Georgia to some of my students, they were saying, "Ooh, but have you heard about Ukraine-Russia thing?" And I was like, "Well, no, I haven't heard about it. I'm not worried about it." And then a month on, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And like you said, right now the invasion's happening. And for me personally, I have students in Ukraine. Like I have a person who's a psychotherapist, and she's trying to improve her English because she wants to become a programmer. And she lives in the west part of Ukraine, so she's not close to the east part. But still, even it's affecting her livelihood, it's affecting her life, Wow. And there's this tension in the air,
And that's a friend of yours.
No, one of my students on
Oh, your students! Wow. Okay. Damn. Yeah. Okay. So here is Wilkinson planning from over a month ago, trying to go towards that direction. And what if it turns out that really all of this is being orchestrated just to frustrate your movements, Wilkinson? What if that's the master plot, the great twist?
As much as I like the idea that the world revolves around me, I'm not that egotistic.
It'd have to be delusional of like epic biblical proportions, like epic proportions.
Actually, speaking of the world revolving around you, this kind of points out to something kind of a bit deep, that's a bit hard to articulate. But me and my brother are aware of it. You know how you live, like you can see your own perspective. Like the whole life is happening around your perspective. But obviously, when you die, is life still going to follow your perspective, or is it going to now follow someone else's perspective? If you can get what I mean, I don't know. It's a bit abstract.
I mean, I guess that what you're saying is reality is tethered through the lens of your sense of self.
Right.
So you see the world through you. Now, when the self ceases, how does you still persist, or even your observation of the world?
Right.
Change
to someone else, and in that sense, reincarnation has some kind of truth in that sense, or do you just continue in the afterlife and so on? So that's kind of
I mean, I would assume, not assume. I mean, what I would say is that you do persist, and your understanding of the world, you see, because even in this world, this is it. In this world, it's not actually like you, even though you are your kind of body, but you feel you're more than just the body. So you kind of feel you're somewhere situated in the head somewhere.
Right.
Like you
Right.
don't, like you say, this is my hand. You don't say this is me.
Right. Right.
And you kind of feel that you're somewhere up there, kind of like controlling this body. And I feel that this connection is ultimately, which is consciousness, which is the ruh. And this is what continues. So you do have a sense of consciousness, but it's like a non-body. I mean, people would say, well, you might have a different kind of body, let's say as an entity. If you want to say a different kind of entity, different kind of body, but you're not this exact thing. Now, people have actually experienced, even in this world, out-of-body experiences.
Right.
Yeah, either through sometimes meditation, sometimes through psychedelics. Psychedelics actually can provide people with incredibly profound a sense of this non-duality of being, where you become like you experience existence without you, but there's still a you that is the conscious you, but you're not separate, but you're not. It's crazy. It's hard to explain in words. Where the subject is the object.
Yeah, if you talk about psychedelics, one of the first students I had is someone from Belarus, I think. Yeah, he was a Tatar.
Belarus, look at you! All the whole Russian Federation coming in here.
Honestly, yeah,
Hey, have you got Putin on speed dial as well?
I would tell him. I'll tell him what's what if I had the chance. Anyway,
I watched this clip where he's telling the spy chief, like, speak clearly, and you can see it's like a 1 minute clip. It's on YouTube. If you just type Putin speak clearly, and the guy who's this kind of senior figure, whoever he is, some kind of intelligence officer, whatever, it's like his soul flashes before his eyes. His life is like his soul is leaving his body. You can see the fear on his face. It's crazy. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
So no, the Belarusian student told me about his experience with mushrooms, or psychedelic mushrooms, right? And he was describing what he was experiencing. It's fascinating. So, for example, he could see when the stomata on the plants. The plants, they have stomata on the leaves. That's how they breathe, right? He could see He could see the plants breathing, and I was like, huh? Yeah, you mean like somehow he could see the stomata? Yeah, the stomata are like these coffee-shaped beans that are they're like this basically, and then that they open. That's how the plant breathes, and there are loads of those holes on the leaves of the plant, right? Yeah, he could see that, with his naked eyes, and then the light from the window. And then the light from the window is kind of like going through his body, and he felt that the light from the window was the same as the light from him, and they were the same thing. Yeah. So basically, your subjective experience of the world changes, and I think this kind of explains how, like you said, like you once mentioned about this book, this guy about he was with shamans, and how the shamans the DNA spoke to all the
Cosmic Serpent.
Right, cosmic stuff. That's the one you mentioned. Yeah. So how the plants spoke to them and essentially told them, "I'm poisonous. I'm not poisonous," or whatever. So that seems to be how we gain knowledge in the past, right? Yeah.
It's crazy because when you see it, there is that book. I found that book very interesting. It's not a big book, but in between, I was losing a bit of interest. And he's done it in a way where he's got a bit of a plot twist. But because you don't know there's a plot twist coming, you start getting a bit bored and thinking, oh, is this it? But towards the end, he does this kind of turn where he ties everything together. And you think, oh, okay, now it was worthwhile reading. But it's fascinating because he's talking about how what he's trying to argue in that book is, in essence, DNA is information, which is unquestionable. But he's saying that DNA has a very low level of kind of bioradiation that it kind of emits. Now,
actually. Yeah.
And he said that this, because every source of life has DNA, like even if it's a leaf, it has DNA. So there is a biofield that is created with this kind, which is a kind of a morphic, I suppose what is also called a morphic resonance field, but this field of information that is in perpetual flow within the world around us.
There's lots of ARCs, huh? Amorphous resonance field.
So there's all this, and what he's saying is when a person takes, let's say, psychedelics, they lower their state of consciousness to be able to engage this information and to interact with it dynamically, so they can learn things and they can have real. And I thought, well, okay, that's a very profound way of putting it. So it is, and his thing about the snakes, because he's tying the snakes into the DNA, the kind of double helix thing, and because the snake is also the what is it, the grandmother of ayahuasca or whatever it is. So there's this whole symbol. Wow. So you're doing it, man. So what else is going on? I could just see here that it said that Putin addressed the nation early today whilst we were doing this live stream, saying Kremlin had decided to carry out a special military operation in eastern Ukraine. Situation requires us to take decisive, swift action. Mr. Putin added that Moscow plans to carry out the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. So,
wow. Okay. Yeah. But
what's happening
here? You can. Yeah. So I mean, basically, I had a student, and because somewhat again from Belarus, but he's basically from what he's saying, Russia has this kind of tactics, right? They kind of go into the country, kind of in the shadows, try to destabilize it, and then they swoop in. I mean, this is a little bit controversial, but perhaps Russia's trying to get back something like the Soviet Union empire thing, and it did it in Moldova with Prudnestrovia. It did it in Georgia. Now it's doing it in. It's the same old.
And plus Ukraine, I think, because it's the largest country in Europe, I think for Russia, it gets to take the Black Sea through Crimea, and now this new, I don't know why they called it Donbass. Donbass. Every time I say, I'm thinking, you can't take it seriously, can you? They go, we are the representatives of Donbass. It's like no.
Pronounced Donbass is pronounced Dumas. Yeah, I think it's.
Is it Dumas?
I think it's Dumas.
It just.
It's not like you're from Liverpool. He's a Dumas. He's a very Dumas.
It still doesn't. It just sounds like, okay, you're saying the same thing with an accent. Okay, Dumas. Okay. Are you three from Dumas? It's like, so
you want to be by yourself, but you're a Dumas,
I mean, so I think for him, Putin's seeing it as a win-win because he takes the Black Sea, he creates tension with Ukraine. Ukraine, because of its volatility, then doesn't really qualify for NATO, and he gets these extra countries. You're right, which in the future he will just add back to the Russian Federation.
Because they themselves are they want independence. These two states, right? They want independence, but they're probably too small, So eventually, because
Plus, they called. Obviously, they chose quite like an amazing, spectacular name, which really, I mean, what kind of ambitions could they mirror if they say, okay, first name, what's first on the agenda? Our name.
Can you imagine
Dumbass.
Wars being fought over a region called Dumbass? Like, how far have we fallen?
The superpowers are like they're kind of at each other's throats, and they're like, "What is this all over?" They're like, "This is all over, dumbass." They're like, "Which one?" they're like,
it's honestly, like, I get confused sometimes because I feel like
it happens, Wilkinson. It happens. Is it the gender thing, or is it the other? What's the confusion?
Men around here.
No, I'm joking.
The point is that like, I just feel like we shouldn't be fighting, honestly. But that's just obviously,
what? Why can't people just get on?
Right.
You know what is?
I know we're joking, but I mean, we're serious, right?
No, wallahi, I'm not. No, I'm being serious. Why? What is wrong? Like, look, you take a country like, okay, look, I get the sea thing, that makes sense, but I don't get the attack. I don't understand that. I get the fact that they want to secure the sea route. Okay, I get it. But look, a country so huge, doing spectacularly well, financially, economically, it's got technologically, scientifically, they're obviously a huge contender.
It's stuck in the old imperial way of thinking. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about the common people. I'm talking about Putin and the oligarchy, right? They're stuck in that old imperialist thinking. And this is not just me saying it. There are other people have that.
But then this is the problem. This is what I was saying earlier on. You see, I said today earlier on that, look, to me, this is thuggery. It's like presidential, kind of at a presidential scale, this is just thuggery. It's like, I'm the baddest here. I'm going to do whatever I want. But then, you see, this is what I said. The problem is that America does the same thing. Now, this is why it's you see, the hypocrisy is a problem because, okay, let's say Belgium, even though they have got a horrific past, but at least now, or let's say a country that doesn't do that, stands up and says, look, guys, behave yourselves. What are you doing? The problem is America has like such a long history of doing the same thing. And this is why everybody is just guilty. Everybody in this is like, well, they're just as bad in different ways.
Britain, I mean.
Britain as well. Like Britain, you see, they're all just doing these political games. They all, for their own interest, screwing over people. Like, look at Yemen. Right now is a catastrophe, and really it's okay. The Saudis, God knows what their plan is, and the Brits are supplying them weapons. The Americans are kind of supplying them weapons. Innocent, like Yemen is such an impoverished country before all of this. It's like the most impoverished out of probably the Arab states before the attacks. Now, what the hell would it be like now?
Yeah.
And so this is where it gets weird, because when people say, look, we're worried about lives, and I agree, we should be worried because it's the most fundamental sacred thing we have, the life. But when people say, look, Putin is jeopardizing lives, and that's true, that's a point. But then on the same hand, you're saying, you know what, here, take this, kill all those Yemenis. Or you're saying, well, are you killing them? Doesn't it's when just
it they say that
the insincerity.
When it suits them, they care about lives. When it doesn't,
I tell you something, Wilkinson. If it was a mandatory course for all presidential leaders and ministerial kind of positions of power, that they had to do let's say something like a 20 course of mushrooms and all these things before they get there. Right.
That would have been.
I guarantee you, the world would be. Can you imagine if you got Putin? If you got Putin, and you put him in a room with, I don't know, Biden and Boris Johnson and these people, and what's the other, Vladimir from Ukraine, and you gave them all MDMA.
No,
and then they'll be like, Putin, don't ya? What are you doing? I'll be like, yeah. And he'll be like, I got carried away, yeah. They'll be like, you'll walk in the room and they're all hugging each other. They'll be like,
no, actually, as much as we're joking, I actually do think that would happen, because that's
it would happen. No, it would happen. It's not a joke. These are empathogens. Like if they took MDMA, the empathy would be through the roof, and they would be thinking that, you know what? And if they took mushrooms as well, then they'll probably experience the existence of God as well, and they'll be like, well, this right is not. We're not doing things right. They'll be like, what's happening to nature? They'll all be sitting gardening. It'll be like, we'll hear the news that Putin is sitting outside in his garden, he's planting something.
And I think it's what's the world missing. The world is missing just love for humanity, a general, I mean endemic amongst people. I think that's what's missing, yeah. I mean,
it is sad. It's, we think that how can these things be, it's interesting because look, humans, the more humans we continue to thrive, and I don't think human population is a crisis or anything, but I'm saying the more we continue to thrive, you see, to people, well, it's just another person, you understand, like they see it as like, well, there's people everywhere, and losing the value. And you see, even putting that aside, it's not even about, like, even if you're not killing people, they're not killing people, the compassion, the kind of the wanting to actually do something, like a legacy. I mean, in their way, they're trying to leave a legacy of, like, maybe of empire, where we took over, and like imperialism. But what about humanity? That kind of, that legacy that people will say, whoa, man, what a guy, he did this. Like, people look back to great people and say, wow, legends, Yeah, may Allah make it easy, man. But Wilkinson, so you're off tomorrow?
I am, yeah.
Well,
so
okay.
Next week, and yeah, we're connected on Instagram.
Yeah,
and,
we're on WhatsApp now. So, right, okay. How long are you staying in Georgia?
There's no time limit, because I can go there on a visa for 1 year, but I'm gonna be there for a few months before I leave.
But you're gonna be all set up and stuff, internet and all of that over there. Because we got to do our mind trap. We got to have a Wilkinson mind trap going down.
You're excited about that. You're more excited about
it. I think it's going to be very interesting. I mean, especially since you're going to be inside Georgia, I guess you might have an insight to the. You could be like a correspondent. You could stand there, like our correspondent Wilkinson, who's reporting live from Georgia.
So behind me, you see all these tanks, and no. Hopefully not. No. I don't want that to happen.
Hopefully not, man. Inshallah, this all descales. But so Wilkinson, it's been epic, man. I've loved it. Shukran for joining us again. Totally. And we'll speak soon, man. And I'll drop your message on WhatsApp. Let me know as well as you get there. Drop me a message on WhatsApp.
Sure.
Catch up, man. Take care. Much love. As always, a pleasure. Right, people, that was Wilkinson. Right. Oh, I almost added him again there. Look at that. Even Wilkinson. Luckily, Wilkinson, luckily you weren't doing anything inappropriate in front of the camera. Imagine you had to do something inappropriate for the love of God, and you're still streaming, and I brought you back. God, it could have ended your career like before it started.
You missed me. That's why you couldn't handle it. You couldn't handle it. It's okay.
Okay.
I'll see you soon, Mufti.
This is it. We'll speak soon. People, Wilkinson, as you can see, we let him sign out, and we just about accidentally brought him back. Luckily, he was he was sound, safe and sound. We've got Wasim, and then we're going to wrap this up. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Can you hear me good, Mufti?
I can actually. I can hear you very clear. This is the clearest anybody's been actually tonight.
It's my fancy gaming headset.
All right. Whoa. Where are you joining us from, Wasim?
I'm from Toronto.
Toronto.
Yes,
Doing it,
yes.
man. Doing it. You know, with the games, with the game headsets, they don't work with regular devices, do they? Like iPads and or like
Yeah.
phones and stuff.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Do they? The wireless
Yeah.
ones.
Oh no,
do they
this isn't wireless. This one's I got a wired one.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But I would assume they do. I would assume they can connect
'Cause a lot of
Bluetooth or
the-
whatever.
No, because a lot of the good ones I've seen, with all the Dolby surround sound and everything,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
usually say requires Windows or something to operate. So they usually
Oh,
say on
maybe.
there like requirements is
Oh no, if you want the surround sound,
yeah. That's
you
like,
got it.
the
Then
proper
then
like,
you have
whoa.
to. Yeah. Then you have to. I can hear these guys sneaking up behind me when I'm playing games, So
Whoa.
yeah, it's all right.
That's something I've got to get into. You know what? I've got to start playing some games, I guess. I actually brought this ages ago to think, you know what? Maybe I should try playing some games sometime. Never really got round to it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. How is everything, Mufti?
Yeah, things are good. So talk to us, Wasim. What's on your mind?
I came on at probably around the 2 hours and 50-minute mark. I just saw you. I was like,
Wow,
oh,
okay.
this because I'm actually new to, you seem like you have
Wow.
such a beautiful community here,
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you on board, man. It's so good. So okay, yep.
Yeah.
Talk to us. So you came on, yeah.
I caught, like, when I came on, I think it was the brother, his last name was Khan. And he
Yes.
I think you were talking about gangs and like that kind of stuff. That's an issue here too. And so I heard.
Is it as bad in Canada?
Depends. Like
Because
Toronto,
I get
Toronto
the
can be
impression
pretty-
that America is kind of like certain parts is.
America's another level. I used to
Yeah,
drive
yeah.
trucks, like tractor trailer trucks, like
Oh, wow.
like
Okay.
lorries as you guys call them.
Yeah. Lorries,
Right?
that's it.
Yeah. But and I'd be all over. There's some parts of the States you go to and you'd think you drove into a third world country.
Okay.
Yeah.
But was it dangerous? In a dangerous sense?
It can be. I've driven through areas like in cities where they tell you don't stop at red lights, just drive through if it's nighttime.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's in the States. Or they have the signs, prisoners may have escaped, like all kinds of crazy stuff in the States. Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
In other news, some psychotic prisoners may have escaped.
But I grew up in a really poor neighborhood. A lot of my friends were involved in gangs. I actually, I count myself pretty blessed. I think a big part of why I was able to kind of stay out of it was probably because I had, two parents there to guide me in certain ways, or just to not allow me to get too involved. But I mean, I've had my, like, I've just been coming into, like, where I lived was like at a time it was like a lot of Tamil diaspora had like moved there from civil war in Sri Lanka.
Oh right,
and so it was in the late 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. I mean, just from like a lot of the gang stuff is like you don't really, I mean, just another perspective, you don't really have a choice. Like sometimes you're just born into it. It's your neighborhood you live in. Like I was walking in one time and car pulls up side and they pulled me right in, my head right in the window, and they said, "Hey, are you from Gilder?" And this is where I lived. I lived in Gilder. They thought it was Tamil, right? In the summertime, I get quite dark.
What were they? They were Tamil as well.
Yes, but it was another Tamil gang.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, and they put a gun.
So it was like their home beef, which they've brought back over here. There's a spillover.
No, it wasn't even a spillover. It was two separate Tamil gangs. So they were both Tamil.
Wow.
Right, but it was
there's
to do with
a case of mistaken identity. They
caught
you as a.
Oh, they put a gun to my face.
Oh
yeah.
Wow, bloody hell.
Yeah. And I'm like, I just live here, man. Like, just trying to go home, right? Like, guys, I don't roll with. You got to be like, I don't roll with any. I don't roll with Gilder boys. Like, I don't not part of the gang here. I just live here, man. Like, But it's sad, my neighbor that I lived next to I lived on the 15th floor of a high-rise building. It was a really old, busted up building, and he went to jail for attempted murder. Another one of my best friends went to jail for grand theft auto. A lot of poverty, and when you don't have options or opportunities, it really it really doesn't allow people to grow and be themselves. And then you add on top of that broken homes and like no community, isolation. You know, it really is quite. In fact, there's actually a really popular, like a really big gang in Toronto. They're called the Halal Boys.
The what? The halal,
The-
as in
yeah.
halal, eating halal.
Yeah. Oh
like
yeah.
halal.
And oh man, they're like serious. They will kill you. Yeah. Like
No way. Okay, but that's
Yeah.
not halal though.
It's-
I go, well, guys. That's for the haram boys. You guys are the halal
Yeah.
boys. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're mixing up the.
There's a lot of like non-Muslims too that are part of it. What's interesting is a
That's
lot
a
of
serious
the
gang, by the way. We're not joking.
I
That's
am
like a
not
legit-
joking. It's serious.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
yeah. When I was
Okay.
a kid in the neighborhood that I lived in where the school that I went to, a lot of the gang violence, there was another gang called Paki Palace.
Paki Palace.
Yeah. Seriously. Yeah, and these guys were serious. Some of them were like Hafiz of the Quran, and they were like gangsters, like full on
Okay, wow.
gangsters. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, they'd be reciting Quran
You know,
at
but I heard-
madrasa, and then like
I heard that, you see, so this is where you need to correct my kind of general trivia about Canada. So some of the Canadians that I was speaking to, friends,
Yeah.
look at that air of all right, creating that ambient. I like it.
I really shouldn't be.
So-
I'm getting over
No,
COVID
it's
right now.
cool. So they were telling me that, you see, they said that the Desis who live, because we were discussing, and they were doing this kind of contrast with the UK, and they said, well, the Desis that live in Canada, the Pakistanis are all kind of very educated, very professional, all into like working, like they're not of the kind of working class or that kind of stuff, or even that kind of gang
It's-
thing. And he said that this was more in Canada. It was like the Sikh thing was like that. And because what had happened is, the reason the conversation began, they were asking about Pakistanis in the UK. And I mentioned that how, because the Pakistani here, unfortunately, it's not very pleasant, the kind of, because they came from rural backgrounds. So the education was not big on this on the horizon, and then
Yeah.
they just got into a lot of drugs and stuff like this. So they seem to, in many ways, very visible or dominate even some of
Yeah.
those spheres. So when we were speaking about this, he said, "Oh, that's really strange," because he said, it's the absolute opposite. Because he asked, "What are like the Indian community in the UK like Sikhs?" So I said, "Well, I mean, they're there as well, and they generally are better, like they're more involved in education, in careers. They're a bit more kind of towards that kind of middle classy kind of stuff." And he said, "Well, it's the absolute opposite in Canada." And I said, "So is it, or
It's a mix, like depending. So like
Okay.
you got like Toronto proper, and then you got suburbs like Scarborough, which is like a working class, like working poor kind of like neighborhood. Then you got Mississauga, which is another big city, just over 1 million people, just west of Toronto, like kind of connected.
Well, what's
and
it called?
Brampton.
Mississauga.
Yeah, and then
Mississauga, okay.
and Brampton too. This is all they call it, the Greater Toronto area. All these
Okay.
areas, and so
Wow.
those areas, you're right, it is. And Markham, north of Toronto, is all like generally business class, like immigrants. And so they're better off, and usually if you do get like drugs, and it's just usually kind of like more like people wanting to chase this like
Just
this
that.
like this dream, this Tony Montana
Yeah.
dream or whatever, right? But
Yeah,
but in like the area, like in Scarborough, in the neighborhood that I grew up in, I mean, it wasn't a lot of Pakistanis. There was some. I had some
Okay.
friends, but there are definitely some Indo-Pakistanis, also Tamils, like Somalis. Like it's a very
Wow.
Toronto's got the most diverse city in the
Wow.
world. So
Is
over
it?
100
Wow.
over 140 languages spoken in Toronto.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Wow.
It makes for great food, but it's but I mean, I think I just wanted to, like, my thing was, it's so important to just
Yeah.
they're human beings, man. Like my friends that got involved, they were good people. They were good people that unfortunately didn't have good choices to make, and
And sometimes that they didn't, have the, some of us are kind of lifted out by, maybe it's not even apparent when we're being lifted, but by people around you. Like you mentioned, it could be parents, it could be maybe elder family, it could be siblings, it could be friends, it could be somebody, maybe an opportunity at some point, somebody got you on, you know what, you tag along with me, this is my work thing, this is what I do. And you start to learn, you get out of an environment, because a person is so contained, it's restricted to his environment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I could have easily fallen into dealing drugs very easily. It was a very good possibility, but I just knew that if I ever got caught, my dad would kill me. Like he would have taken me back. He would have, my family's from UP in India. My dad's family's from UP in India, but both my parents were actually born in Guyana in South America.
Okay. Oh, in South America.
Yeah. So which is like part of the, like, Guyana's the only English speaking. It was a British colony. And so basically after slavery was ended, they brought like indentured workers from India. This is pre-partition, right?
Oh, yes,
and,
yes.
You know, they
this is like Trinidad and in those areas.
Yes. Part of the West Indies, what they call the West Indies. Yeah. And so, there's, my parents were working class. Like my dad was.
I remember, or was it? Is it? What's his name? Or was it Russell Peters?
Russell Peters, yeah.
When he's making a joke about that, he's saying like, okay, so the guy that came up with that idea to say, I know we need like labor, and he goes, have you ever looked at Indians? It's like, it's like, okay, we could do your accounts for you.
Yeah, it's so funny.
He's hilarious. But, he's Canadian. He's
Canadian. Yeah, he's Canadian. It's crazy because I have a lot of relatives, and they don't speak about it, but like when you see them, like they look pretty white, they got gray eyes, and it's because their grandmothers
gray eyes. Wow.
Yeah, because they worked on plantations, so they were probably raped, right? Like the grandmothers and stuff. So it's kind of sad because, but they almost carried as a badge of honor, some of them, like oh, I'm fair, I'm this, because the culture we live in. But a lot of crazy stuff when you look at our history. I want to add that.
It comes back to it comes back to this base of suffering for the human journey, and that it's interesting because the whole thing today was about that the journey must go on. And I think there is a nobility in embracing the suffering, but then at the same time not in perpetuating or in kind of extending. Like, you're not, like, so many of these tragedies and so much of this suffering is afflicted by one people onto another, or one person onto another. It's not, there's already suffering. Life already necessitates suffering, even if people ain't going to be afflicting it onto you. Which is enough, which is really the suffering that a person's supposed. And then on top of that, you've got, people just, it makes you think.
Yeah, it's sad. The other thing that I find I love that you talk about is psychedelics, because I think I sent you just an article about psychedelics and Islamic architecture. I don't know if you remember.
Oh yes. What your name there is some.
Oh, my name there is Abu Ruhalito.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. Oh, of course.
Yes,
right. I'm thinking right now, I didn't recognize that was you, but I was thinking that, because your picture is there. I was thinking, but it's familiar, and I'm trying to put a place to it. But okay, yes, of course. That was really, it was a fascinating article.
It's really good,
for the viewers. If you, I don't know, maybe if you Google that,
I could put it. I could put it in the link. I'll try and find it and put it in the link.
Sure.
And then
it's an amazing article on. It's not so big. It's about psychedelics, the correlation between psychedelics and Islamic art. And he takes a look at certain masajid, the masjid in Shiraz, the masjid in different places, and how, when you look at it, it definitely, unmistakably appears as kind of psychedelic art.
Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting. For whatever reason, it's not letting me. I think when this chat ends, I'll be able to do it.
Then you'd be
yeah. It's been a huge benefit to me. Like I probably do I do mushrooms when I feel the need. Like I kind of wait to feel the need. It's a very sacred thing for me. I have a very like particular ritual.
It is a sacred thing, you know.
Yeah, I end up doing twice a year maybe.
Yeah, I don't like. To me, obviously, people can, people do whatever they want to do, but to me, I see it as almost like it's sort of adab almost. It's like a sacrilege borderline to be doing these things just like as a joke or as a like I see them as very sacred. Yeah.
I don't know anybody that would do, like, for me, I never come down from a trip on mushrooms and be like, yeah, I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Like, it's like, man, I'm putting that together for the next like 3 to 6 months of the year, like processing everything that happened, like but some like
this
very
I realized my headphones just went dead. So 1 second, I'll have to put these in.
Yeah.
Right, so I think what it did was 1 second, let me just go into the Bluetooth.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right, now? Yep, it dropped dead. So all right, where are they? Here they are. Okay. See if they connect. No, did it not connect? Okay. Did it I think, this is the problem with Apple devices as well. They don't connect with multiple devices. So let me just 1 second try to connect it now. Not still.
Can you hear me?
Not
yet.
Let's. What is it connecting to? Is it connecting to this phone? Why is it not connecting to that? Let me take this Bluetooth off. Let me try it now. Let me see. Right, I don't know what the hell this is doing. Honestly, this is this. Or actually, you know what? I may be able to just
plug it in.
Be able to actually just put this on a cable. Maybe that could. Oh, yep, you're back. Yeah, okay. I could just connect it with the cable. I've got a charging cable for some reason. All right.
This
1 second.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, you were saying
Yeah, this one experience I did. What I don't know. You must know of Terence McKenna.
Of course.
Yeah, and so he talked about the heroic dose, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. And I went.
Whoa.
I took 5 grams of mushrooms, which is, for anybody who doesn't know, is quite a lot, right? And I was home by myself. The kids were at their grandparents, and my wife was away. And I said, I took this, and I went and turned off all the lights, laid down in my bed, and I was like, okay, let's see what happens. And oh man, Mufti, like I didn't like you talk about. It's a very bizarre, like, alien feeling. You don't exist anymore in the way that you feel like you do. I remember feeling this, like, and looking and seeing this vastness. It's like this feeling of, like, and we get this feeling sometimes, but it was so extreme. It's like what's the word? Sublime. The feeling of sublime.
Yeah.
Like, I remember feeling this one time. I was out canoeing in like a river. And it was silent all around, and I'm just canoeing. The water's still. I'm going down this river, and I can't see how, like, the river's maybe just like 3 lanes wide, right?
Okay.
3 car lanes wide, and I'm going down this river, and I look down, And from the depths, I have no idea how deep it is, but from the depths, I'm seeing these giant boulders just slowly coming up as I'm going, and just below the canoe, maybe a foot below the canoe, and then
This is
down.
actual, or not on the trip?
This is actual, right?
Yeah, this is actual. Yeah.
But seeing that leaves you with, because then you're thinking, oh my God, this is deep. Like, these boulders are not small. Like, they're like going 30, 40, 50 feet down. And I'm looking at them saying, oh my God, I feel so small. It's like an awe and a fear at the same time. And when you on these psychedelics, oftentimes it's that, but so overwhelming. Like, you're so overwhelmed by this feeling. I remember feeling like the vastness of the universe, to the point where you're like, this is never going to end. Like, and it's not even your visual, it's like a feeling too that goes with it, you know, like,
no. And there's a qualitative awareness that happens, because they've done, you know, if you look at the fMRIs, and people can Google them, the brain scans of people when they're on these things, their brain is lit up. And what's amazing is the new synaptic kind of pathways that are being created. It's crazy, because like, so the way the brain works is that obviously we've got billions of connections, synaptic kind of connections throughout. But so there's this Hebb rule, which is that, you see, when an axon kind of fires, and it takes a particular pathway. Now, a pathway that it has used, it is more likely to repeat as opposed to using a unused pathway. So it's a bit like, and it's interesting because at a macro level, one could say symbolically, it's like us. Like, you go to a supermarket and you park your car, but the next time you go, you probably park it in the same place where you parked it last time. But the first time, it's free game. You know, you can park it anywhere. Yeah. But the second time you go, we're creatures of habit.
Yeah.
We go back to where we were. If people go into a mosque, they put their shoes. The next time they come, they put their shoes again where they put them the first time. So in some way, at a micro level, that's like the Hebb rule in the brain with the axons firing. So it uses the same one. Now, what happens is with things like the sacred kind of plants, new networks are created in those moments, and they can see the scans of where it's on. It's all lit up.
Yeah.
And they're making new. And this is why, new connections. So this is why you have those realizations all of a sudden as well. Like, whoa.
Yeah. It's really such an overall. And I feel for months after, I'm more empathetic with my children. I'm more empathetic with 100%. People around me. It really changes you.
These things are all about love. They are all about love and positivity and compassion.
There's a great documentary. I don't know if you have it on Netflix in UK, but there's a documentary. If somebody's in Canada that's watching, it's called Fantastic Fungi.
I've seen it.
Yeah, and
it's epic.
It's very good.
It's epic. Yeah.
It's just fungi are made. They predate plants on Earth.
Yeah. And it's not,
you know, wild,
because
they're
mushrooms
so ancient,
are,
you know? Like,
mushrooms are fungi, however they want to say it. Now, this is not part of the plant kingdom.
No, not
and it's
at
not
all.
part of the animal kingdom, but it's closer to animals than it is than plants are to us.
Yeah.
So you have this whole this kingdom. It's not even a species. This whole kingdom that is like the world's ecosystem. Because they show it in that fantastic whatever.
It's
fungi,
great. The visuals are great.
How it kind of recycles everything. How the mycelium kind of networks underground allow the trees to communicate.
Yeah,
and it's
they all work together.
Madness.
It's absolute madness. It is.
Yeah.
It's why I go every year with my kids. We go and we pick edible mushrooms and plants, and we try and forage as much as we can. You can. I have found psychedelic ones, but my kids know not to eat them.
That's what I was about to say. Your kid comes back, He goes, Dad, I haven't found the psychedelic, but
No,
he goes,
none
but
of
I've got
them.
this flying elephant with me.
Yeah,
Can't you see it?
there's actually only a
No.
few wild edible mushrooms that you can really eat raw. Like most of them you need to cook, otherwise they're going to give you some sort of gastrointestinal issues. But just what a you had a, I remember I think you had a talk, someone was saying like, you know, you were making the connection with like Jalaluddin Rumi, and like that maybe they were having some sort of, and I think that's possible. He was saying like, you know, oh no, this is kind of like, no, this is impossible. This is from years, like basically this idea that years of like dedication to these practices and, you know, these types of zikr, and like,
I mean, it doesn't,
you know,
negate that. It doesn't negate it. I think
doesn't,
it's still, yeah.
I know, but you take 8 grams of mushrooms, and I guarantee you, there's nothing like it. You know, I don't care what you say, man. Like you can.
No, I mean, if you took don't take
stuff,
8 grams, people.
You know,
do not take 8 grams.
No, don't. I'm not.
Don't do
I'm
that.
not suggesting.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Make that very clear.
I'm not suggesting it, but I mean, like, it's a very overwhelming, powerful experience.
What are your thoughts following from that on DMT?
I have DMT actually. I've tried it, but the DMT that I got, unfortunately, is like a lower dose, so I haven't been able to really benefit in the way that I'd like. But DMT is in everything. You just have to get that inhibitor, basically, that allows your body to process the psychedelic part. Otherwise, your stomach acids just kind of break it down, I think, with DMT. But
the MALM,
yeah, but it's I've heard it's very very powerful. Actually, you should check out this guy. He's bizarre. There's this man. He's very bizarre. His name is Kalindi E. I don't know if you heard of him, but he's actually he's from Detroit, and he studies like all these traditional African martial arts. He's maybe in his 50s or 60s, and he's just a very disciplined. He pushes himself, you know, really far. He explores all these different psychedelics, and you know, he's an activist in Detroit. He does a lot of great work, but he has slowly taken more and more, like, raised his dosage of psilocybin mushrooms. And this is just to let anybody know, this is like, never even think about doing this. This is a guy that's done it for like the last 20-30 years of his life, but he's doing like 30 and 40 grams of mushrooms at a time on a trip. And
what the hell?
Yeah. And his oh man, I actually don't know how to take him. I mean, this guy has stories about like him. He's like, he said, this one story, he said he ended up in a desert, and he saw these two jinns smoking a hookah pipe. And he's telling the story, and I'm like, are you nuts, man? Like, what are you talking about, right? And then he's like, then he walked over, and they said, oh, we got a challenge for you. We got a challenge for you, or a task for you. And he's like, I don't take tasks from jinns. They're like, okay, well, have a seat, smoke some of this. And he's like, I'm already high. I'm not smoking anything else. Like, I'm already here. And then, you know, he's got these crazy stories, and I think they are his experiences. Like, I mean, for me, I think I don't know if it's just internal or if it's external. Part of me feels like it doesn't even really matter. Like, what's reality? You know what I mean? Like, you know, the universe is, I guess, like our world is how we perceive it. You know, I definitely think that it definitely, like, you know, I know the other brother was talking about like seeing plants breathing and stuff like that. Like, you definitely puts you more in tune. Like, I mean, it makes your senses stronger.
It is nature, and it definitely, the studies. I mean, a person could just Google. There's been quite a bit of studies done by now, and what they found is people usually are much more in tune with nature. They're much more empathic in general. They have much more greater concern for humanity, love, compassion. They become like they will score much higher on all of these fronts. But I think it's important to add as well, because that I'm not saying I would not say to people, go do this stuff. People, it's their own
100%.
journey.
100%.
You see,
it's not for everyone.
For everyone. It's not for
No.
everyone, and people have freaked out. People have
it's very
out bad.
I've
like
had times where it's very difficult. Yeah.
And if they're not trained, it could be incredibly terrifying, and it could be like living a nightmare from which you can't escape. And it's so, imagine, it's like saying, if you weren't sure about swimming and you were dropped into an ocean, like, and even if you could swim in an ocean, like, if it's gone wrong, it doesn't matter how good of a swimmer you are. An ocean is an ocean. So it's these things. This is why I do say it's not for everyone, and because they can see, people sometimes hear the sweet things, and they are wonderful from the sweet side, and they do all of that. But if a person is, you see, if they are of the path will kind of call them. This is what I always feel, that it's a weird way of communicating. If people, you see, those who explore this just like a kind of buzz or kind of, often it scares the hell out of them, and it will kind of like really, and it can, maybe not everyone, but some people, they can have a really terrible kind of trip. And the crazy thing about it is this, no holds barred. It's not, there's
no escaping it.
There's no breaks or parameters in that realm.
No.
There's not like if you're sitting here and you're going to fall, well, at most you can just fall this distance. But in the world of that, there are no parameters. What you may go through is, put it like this: it is open to as far and even beyond your imagination.
Yes,
and it's very alien, vast and scary. Yeah,
it's very alien. It's very unlike anything. And sometimes I mean, I always say, like people that like my friends that have approached me, sometimes like, if they really want to try it, I will just stay with them and like kind of remind them, hey, you're okay, I'm here,
like a trip,
okay.
like trip sitting, like a
yes,
trip sit for them.
Absolutely, yeah. And
but it's important as well. People must have often, or they ought to have a trip sitter, and they ought to, where they do these things. Obviously, there's issues of legalities. Depending on certain countries, it's not an issue, and then there's issues of just strategy and coordination. Like, there should be trip sitters, there should be people that overseeing people to help them, because the whole thing is it is sacred, and just like anything sacred, it has a whole practice with it. It's not just something.
Yeah, you got to really start slow. If you're thinking, if anybody's thinking about doing it, definitely talk to somebody that's experienced and start very slow. Because I mean, it can bring up, I've had trips where I've just cried for 5 hours straight, and just difficult. And if you're not prepared for that, then you probably shouldn't. Like, and I the way I go into it kind of with the attitude of like, even things that are difficult are still good. Like,
I mean, like, that's true. I feel that, you see, I do go, I mean, this is now a different side. So that's me talking to people, but then there's like my personal thing. So my personal thing is, and this is just for me, not for people. I agree with that philosophy that there's no such thing as a bad trip, that it's always something which will open certain doorways to certain realizations and understandings of the cosmos and of reality. But I get it that that's not for everyone, and you can't just, because I think the sensibility of just highlighting, because it is true, people sometimes may just hear the glamour. It's like somebody may think, oh wow, you go to a gym and you do, is that how it works? I'm going to the gym, pick something up, drop it on themselves and break some serious bones. But although people don't do it as bad in this, but in that, when it comes to sacred stuff or medicine, plant medicine, it's, I agree with you, man, 100%, that it's not, it has a calling, and each to their own.
I don't know if you've heard of Salvia Divinorum.
Yes.
That was probably, it only lasted 5 minutes, but
5 minutes. What was
it's
it?
like
Inhaled.
Yeah, you smoke
Inhaled,
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
and it only lasts 5 minutes. I mean, it feels, it could feel very long, like when you're in it.
You got I don't know how to pronounce the name. Kaya Moreira. Psychedelics brought me to Islam. May Allah bless your journey.
Yeah. It's I still joke with my friend. I'm like, we're gonna wake up, because we used to live together. I'm like, we're gonna wake up in our living room, coming out of our trip, because it's the first time you realize how powerful these things are. Your reality, you're seeing a different reality that is just as real.
Yeah.
That is just as real as
more real.
Yes,
Some would argue. More real.
Yeah.
And it's not like dreaming.
No.
It's not.
If it was like dreaming, it'd be no problem, right?
It's nothing like dreaming. It's like this, except more real than this.
It's so weird. It's such a powerful thing, and it's been so beneficial for me. Like,
DMT is like that, but to the other level. It's like advanced.
Yes, it's not easy to come by.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
In Canada, 5-MeO DMT is not. I think that's still legal within Canada. 5-M, which is like the kind of daddy version to DMT, right? Which is basically just sheer death, going through and true death, and then just ceasing to exist and then existing, and you're like, what the hell was that? But you know what? It's what I do find amazing, though. I mean, what I find kind of amusing, though, is I get it that these things are not for everyone. I get all of that, but the control that governments do over stuff like this, I find it absurd.
It's shady too. I mean, the whole anti-war movement was born out of psychedelics.
Yeah,
and exactly. I think there's something to. I think they realize that this really does connect people. I mean,
they've realized that if we allow people to alter their consciousness, these will not be sheeple. You won't just have these sheep. They will be people that gravitate towards love. I mean,
100%.
En masse.
Yeah.
Like that, you could not, like this Russian thing, this thing going on right now could not happen if people were like if people were consuming things and they were on this kind of state of love. This is why, like you mentioned, the hippie era. The hippie era was all about this, wasn't it? Love and spirituality, and this is where it came from.
Yeah, I think they had it without. I think that the problem with the hippie area is that they weren't grounded in really any type of spiritual heritage, and that's the problem. They're just kind of like, and there's beauty in that too, in exploring this kind of spiritual world. But when you have a framework, which we do Islamically, right? Like, I feel like it can be very beneficial. Absolutely.
Then it's something else. Then it's a game changer, isn't it? Because you are nested and you are kind of anchored in this this prism of, or this kind of these roots of faith. And
there's this do you listen to hip hop at all, Mufti?
Not much. No.
There's this album he's a pretty mainstream artist. His name's Logic, and it's like two albums ago, but he has this intro. It's very Sufi, the intro to it, like the concept behind it, and he's talking to this. He's like thousands of years in the future, something like that, on a spaceship, and this thing's questioning him, and they're like, and basically what he goes to say is that, like, you haven't fulfilled your life until you've lived as everybody, as like yourself, as the poor person, as the rich person, as like, from everyone, from the most detestable to the best. And it's kind of like this weird connection that, we're all human. It makes it, for me, like, when I think about these things, I think about, like, man, I used to see, like, I mean, I was out there, man, like I was ready to like head overseas and like join some sort of mujahideen, like group. Like I have a weird
okay.
like history, and like, you know, I helped, you know, I feel like I helped a lot of people kind of turn away from that too, like at least the people
Alhamdulillah.
that were around me. But like it's nothing's black and white.
Yeah. Did
You know,
this stuff
nothing's
help
black and
you
white.
kind of navigate away from that and stuff, or
No, this was more back then, was very like funny
this was
enough,
back
I
then.
was
Okay.
yeah, this is when I was like in my, you know, 9/11 happened, and
Oh,
like,
right,
I had
okay,
like
okay.
a identity crisis. I was very Muslim. I was like, I felt this need to be like wear my kufi and like, you know, go to school and like I'm Muslim. What you got to say about Muslims, you know, like
Yeah.
it's very complicated. And then I'm like, what do I actually believe? Like, what do I, you know? And then, you know, I think a lot of people went through that when 9/11 happened, and you know, kind of re-engaged with their spiritual heritage, and you know, and that it's a growth. It's a you know, we all grow, and but for
we
me
grow
now, yeah.
You see, we grow by you see, there's a stage, a necessary stage of becoming more, or a heightened self-consciousness. So whenever that happens, there's this kind of growth, and or potentially there's room for growth anyway, to pivot. And it's so when 9/11 happened, everybody's kind of looking at Muslims. So when people stare at you because of something, you become more self-conscious of it.
Yeah.
Prior to that, you may not be thinking, oh, you know, oh, like maybe, you know, you're taking it for granted. You are still Muslim, but you're not as self-conscious. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel as well, I mean, I've spoken about this on other episodes, that since we were speaking about, let's say, psychedelics, that one of the things, one of the interpretations of the forbidden fruit was it being a psychedelic kind of plant or whatever it is. Now, because what it results in is greater self-consciousness. Like in the Quran, it mentions that Adam alayhi salam, consuming whatever this forbidden fruit is, they become self-aware. Greater self-aware. Like they're already self-aware, but they have a higher sense of self-awareness, that they get embarrassed, that they want to cover the nakedness, which is to do with, like, so shame ties into a higher sense of self-awareness. So being more self-aware.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah.
No.
I don't want to keep you, Mufti. I know it's late, and I just want to tell you, I'm very thankful, you know, for the stuff you put. I happened on your stuff a couple of years ago. I think it was probably a couple of years ago, and it was just like Salat according to the Maliki fiqh, because I became Maliki a long time ago. My family grew up Hanafi, and you know, I was really like, I was very theologically minded. Everything was I was like, I'll convince everybody that Islam is the truth. You know, I was very like, I'll argue with this person. And you know, all of my close friends actually became Muslim around me, right? Like, not because of me. This is not me at all. Like, but like, I think we just had this sense of community, and like you know, we've all kind of went our own ways, and you know, we do different things. And a lot of it was misguided back then. Everything was very black and white. I think theology sometimes does that. You think you have the answers to everything. And, you know, now I just realize things are a lot more gray, but I really appreciate your content. And I think a lot of people do, because I've always approached it from a more philosophical, like now I approach it definitely from a more philosophical perspective. Ibn Sina and Emil Rosh, these guys are like champions in my mind, you know, like, so
shukran, man. Wasim, I really appreciate your words. May Allah bless you, and we will stay connected, and we'll stay in touch
for sure, inshallah.
Do definitely send anything.
Coming to Canada?
Maybe some point. Yeah, why not? We've got to, man. There's
a lot of people from Canada. Listen, I've seen so many people connect to you from Canada, from Toronto.
I must say, I do have you know, a very heartwarming amount of receptivity from Canada. I see whenever I do check the analytics, it's Canada. You guys, Canadians are doing it. They are. So take care, man. Speak soon.
Okay.
Much love.
Yeah. Assalamu
Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Wasim from Toronto. Right, and we've got to call it a night. Ya salam. People, let's wrap this up. I can see that there's been quite a bit of talk going on about the whole Ukraine situation. May Allah make things easy, Amin, for people, and really just, soften the hearts. People, the hearts need to kind of let go of this ego thing. They needs to kind of let it go. Okay. And right, let's wrap it up. May Allah bless everyone. Bless you all. Guys, if you are new to this, do remember to like, subscribe. As always, click the bell, man. The bell notification, people, and spread the love. And you're more than welcome as well to head over to Patreon if you want, and you can subscribe to different tiers that offer different things. And yeah, it's just a platform to spread you to share your love. Other than that, have an awesome week. I'll see you all next week. May Allah bless you all. Wa usikum and tatafana. See, we were speaking about this concept of fana, the annihilation, the ego death. And tatafano bihubbillah. But fana is fillah. Okay, this annihilation. Because when the ego annihilates, ultimately existence is God. So al-fana fillah and tatafano fi hubbillah, in his love. Qabla an tafno bihukmillah. Before we annihilate, we meet our death anyway. So yeah, people, salamullahi alaikum wa khuda hafiz.